All right, good evening, class. How's it going, Bitefire, Sirius Skeletor, Felly? I too just watched the Nintendo Direct that had just aired, and I'm pretty pleased with a lot of what we saw coming out of it. Mostly because a lot of it's remasters and stuff, but it's remasters of stuff that hasn't been accessible for quite a while. So stuff like Metroid Prime HD, Advance Wars totally redone, Baten Kaitos HD 1 and 2. I am so happy about that. I love those games, and I'm really excited to get to see people experience them for the first time. And hopefully more people than last time, because they weren't, big hits, really. Let's see, what else? We love Katamari. We heart Katamari. Love that. Pikmin 4. That's always nice. More Pikmin, always good. How's it going, Eddie? And yeah, Gaudius, exactly. Like, that's... I can't believe that ended up being real. But hey, I'll take it. Yup, Game Boy being added to the Nintendo Switch Online. Yeah, exactly. Origins has been a really hard-to-find game for a long time now, and if you didn't buy it more or less at launch, you're not getting a copy. A legitimate copy, that is. There was no shortage of ways to play it, but I understand what you mean. I am also in that camp where, give me a way to buy the game. Especially for stuff like that. Where it's like, yeah, Monolith, the developer that made it, yeah, they make the Xenoblade games. Make it accessible. Oh, it didn't even have a UK release. That's right, Nintendo of Europe in the 2000s was not particularly good. In the 2010s, they really stepped it up and kind of outshone NOA by a lot, to my understanding. But yeah, that was quite the direct. And of course, I'm very excited personally for the new Zelda game. I adore the Zelda series. That's a day one buy for me. No questions asked. They don't even... Honestly, they wouldn't need to show gameplay footage. They could just say, hey, Bloom, there's a new Zelda game. I'd say, okay, I'm buying it. I'm tempted when that comes out to just take a week off of streaming and just play it. Yeah, right, Chair? I was trying to tweet during it and before it to let people know, hey, I'm going live at 6. But I couldn't. Twitter does appear to be working again now, ? I was able to make a tweet. I don't know if it actually went out into the world, but hey, that's not my problem to figure out. Yeah, so I do schedule my tweets very regularly. So I schedule my like a couple hour before going live posts. Like they'll usually be scheduled for 3:30 or 4, depending on the day. Yeah, I think it started working again for most people about 15 minutes ago, Gaudius. But yeah, I usually schedule things, saying, good afternoon, everybody. I got, this going on tonight. Hopefully see you there. Those I schedule ahead of time. The other things that I have scheduled, last night I decided, kind of on a whim, to start a Name That Game kind of series on Twitter, where I'll just post a screenshot of a retro game, and the first person to name it correctly gets themselves a gold star, gets themselves one of these. Which, I know they're not worth anything, but they're fun. And I've got tons of games to choose from, so I thought it would be fun, and kind of a cool way to expose people to games they might not know about, or just try to stump people. So I've got those scheduled going live at 10 p.m. Eastern, every night through Sunday so far. So if I'm still streaming when that happens, whoever's first to it, first person to get it right, gets a gold star. And they're not all going to be easy ones. I feel like last night's was fairly easy. Was The Guardian Legend for NES, which is a super cool game if you've never played it. I mean, it's a super cool game if you have played it too, but you know what I mean. Oh, and my cat has just walked into the room. What do you want, buddy? I just filled your bowl. You just want attention? Come here. Ugh. Cat, you can't be going on my desk when I'm going to be playing Doom, okay? keyboard needs to go there. Can't. Doom runs on everything, but it doesn't run on cat. Yet. Maybe someday. Maybe John Carmack will find a way to port Doom to cat. Also, sorry if there's bumping noises. That is cat on microphone. He is not considerate of anybody's personal space, especially not mine. Right? Exactly, Eddie. It's insane to me that there were so many cool, like, multi-mode of play games on NES, and so few of them on Super Nintendo, comparatively. So, cat, come on. Get off my lap, buddy. There you go. Like, yeah, on Super Nintendo you had stuff like ActRaiser, which was half, action platformer, half God Sim. Sigma Star Saga on Game Boy Advance, way forward. That's the only other, part RPG, part shmup I can think of. But honestly, Guardian Legends a better game. Yeah, Sigma Star Saga has a cool story thing going on, but both its adventure mechanics and its shmup mechanics are just fine. They're not great. Whereas, like, the shooting action in Guardian Legend, it's like, oh yeah, this is the good stuff. Because it's made by Compile. They're legendary shmup developers. Absolutely pushing the limits of the NES to do it, too. But, even just any other multimodal games like that kind of weren't a big thing during the 16-bit era, which is weird because you suddenly had more power, but game design got more conservative. Because people now understood, okay, this is how you make a game, this is how you make a platformer, this is how you make a shmup, let's refine it, instead of being weird and experimental. And that's fine, but I like weird and experimental, I like the Goonies 2 on NES, mashing up, side-scrolling action with first-person point-and-click. Give me weird stuff. Smash genres together without any regard for if they make sense. It's more fun. I want my games to be weird and fun. And speaking of weird and fun, that's a good segue into the Doom WAD that I'll be playing tonight. This is, and as a reminder, you can always use the WAD command to see what I'm playing. Oh no, I didn't change the text. Let me fix that. I changed the link and not the text. I'll fix that right now. But it's a WAD called Headless Chicken, being developed by mapper Chookum, which you could probably have guessed by, or you could have guessed he likes putting chickens in his maps by his name. The really kind of fun thing here is this is comp level 9, meaning it's boom compatible, meaning it requires a few extra, features of the boom source port. Things like conveyor belts. Oh, Car Battler Joe, Flamebird Phoenix, that's the one. Car Battler Joe. I'm pretty sure that's what you're thinking of. But yeah, give me more stuff like that. But one thing you'll notice immediately when I start playing Headless Chicken is that there are tons of references to like the Metal Slug games, from the music, the mission text, all sorts of things. And we've got a beefed up pistol, a beefed up shotgun, beefed up chainsaw. It really tweaks things just a little bit to deliver a more high octane action thing. Also, there are chickens everywhere. They don't hurt you, but they can get in the way of your shots. Yeah, I got it. Also, Flamebird Phoenix, great job on the music you did for Bodega the other day. I listened to that. Really cool. Thinking of actually multimodal games, the soundtrack I've got on right now is from Rygar on the NES, and that mixes side-scrolling, action with RPG elements, and then top-down stages in a large interconnected world. And I mean, really interconnected. You can go, from one end to the other, basically, which for 1987 was pretty nuts. Oh, the 2002, the PS2 Rygar? Or am I thinking of something else? The PS2 Rygar was very cool, but that was a straightforward action game. Really fun. Super cool, like, gigantic environments. Really kind of doing the God of War thing years before God of War. And not better, but just different. I'll probably play the PS2 one eventually. I have not hooked up my PS2 to stream at all. I think before I do that, I might want a better capture device, because if I'm going to hook up my PS2, I'll probably want to hook it up by component cables instead of composite, so that I can take advantage of the PS2 games that did offer, full 480p progressive scan, and the 4 PS2 games that did 1080i interlaced. It's nuts that there were PS2 games that did 1080i. Absolutely crazy. Oh, the Wii one was bad? I've never played the Wii one, just the PS2 one. How do you mess up remaking a game 5 years later? How do you do that? Hey, Lyles. I sure do like Doom. I play it every Wednesday. Truthfully, I play it off-stream a bit too, but I try not to do too much dooming off-stream for the sake of keeping my hands in streaming condition. My left hand will cramp up when I play too much Doom. Unfortunate, but it happens. But yeah, I wish the Rygar PS2 game was more like the NES game, in terms of just being a big, wide-open, interconnected adventure. Granted, that's a lot harder to do in 3D than it is in 2D, but Rygar was an early game. It was 1987. And it was a port of an arcade game, which is a pretty boring arcade game. It had good graphics and control, but it was just level after level, nothing interesting happening. I'm probably going to play Rygar next week. I've been thinking about it a lot lately, and it's a fun game. It's a lot of fun. But that's enough of that. I'm going to pull up the game I want to talk about. Oh, you can only hand sew. God, that I can feel the arthritis setting in just from you saying that, Lyles. All right, let me get my Doom helmet on. Make sure I am properly attired going into battle. Let me take a look. Oh my God. What did they do to him? Hold on, I'm gonna bring that onto the screen. Why? For what purpose have they done this? Hold on. Also, I'm back, but with my helmet on. I'm bringing this onto the screen because what the hell? That's not just animification. They butchered him. It doesn't look like the same person. They gave him he went to the barber and was like, make me look like the least interesting shonen protagonist of all time. Really just mess me up. That cool armor I had, get rid of it. Hey, Tachikoma, how you doing? Meanwhile, in the NES, Rygar looked awesome. Also, I want to point out, Rygar is undead. He's brought back from the dead to, go save Argul. That's metal as hell. I don't know what that is. He's wearing, bondage gear, and it doesn't even look cool. He's got a lame armband. His hair is going all over the place. Other one, it's okay, you've got somewhat functional armor. You at least look like you come from the world that you're in. That's the thing. In Rygar, he looks like he belongs in the world that you're running around in. That makes sense. What the hell is that? That's no good. Yeah, he went to the Spirit costume store on the way there. What a travesty. That's terrible. Okay, I'll play the PS2 one and not the Wii one. Though, man, PS2 would be pretty modern for me, wouldn't it be? I say as though I don't play. I do play new games. I don't usually stream new games. I do play them. And I mean, if you think about it, what I'm playing tonight. Also, let me transition over my Doom screen here. What I'm playing tonight is, a new game. This is still in development. This hasn't even been released fully yet. We're on 29 out of 33 maps completed. That would be fun, Flamebird Phoenix. Maybe the oldest and newest game in a series, or even just showing, the amount of progress a developer made on a system. For example, Hudson Soft were one of the first the first third party to develop NES games. And their first titles came out in 1984. The last officially released game on the Famicom was Adventure Island 4 in late 1994. It would be really cool to compare Hudson's first and last game on the same hardware. Also, I'm going to pull up Headless Chicken. Okay, the sound's coming through. Where's the picture? Come on. There we go. You can see already we're in for a good time. Yeah, it's exactly the same but worse. This is still just the demo here, so I'm not playing. Hey Brace, how you doing? So I'm not playing it, but this just gives you an idea of what we're looking at. The menu already very fun. We've got a drumstick, and it's broken up into 5 different episodes: Sticks and Stones, Troublesome Temples, Urbane Jungle, Suddenly Cosmic, and That Pesky Heck. In true episodic Megawatt fashion, they get harder as you go. So we're going to start in Sticks and Stones. Oh, Adventure Island. That's tough, Viral. Adventure Island 1 and Wonder Boy 1 are functionally the same exact game. You know, there's no real difference between them. The Wonder Boy series kind of went towards a side-scrolling RPG format, and Monster World 3 and 4 are spectacular. Or Wonder Boy 3 and 4, awesome. Adventure Island sort of did that as well, though. You know, Adventure Island 4 on Famicom is really an action-adventure game where you go, you collect different items, you explore a world, all kinds of stuff. I didn't care for the Super Adventure Island games on Super Nintendo nearly as much, though. They were just too easy by that point. That could be a fun stream concept, you know, compare a series. So I'm gonna turn music up slightly here, since we've got a lot of good musical selections. But I'm gonna go ahead and get started. Episode 1, Sticks and Stones. Our difficulty levels are Chicken Drumstick, Chicken Maryland, Whole Roast Chicken, Nuggets of Steel, and Turducken because that's the MIDI for this level, apparently, Viral. So we've got a lot of good music to look forward to. I'm going to play on Nuggets of Steel, which is the ultra-violence equivalent. And remember your ballistic rapid refire training. So this is a pretty fun way of showing us what's new in this WAD from a gameplay. So we have a faster and more accurate pistol. So the pistol will no longer shoot inaccurately when you hold the button down. We have a faster shotgun, faster chain gun, faster plasma refire, and we are wearing ballistic pants of plus 50 bullets. So we just always have bullets at the start of a level. Grab the ammo to start your mission. Good luck, Doom Guy. Also, there are our pants, apparently. No, I feel like I'm not quite looking at the screen. Or I don't look like I am. Give me a second. There. That's a little better, I think. And we are... So that's a little tricky, Viral, because the MSX was a standard, not one piece of hardware. So multiple manufacturers were all putting out MSX systems that all kind of reached different standards. Well, that would be... I mean, that's very subjective, Skumo. Also, now we've got to jump out of this airplane. Are you ready? If you have no idea what to expect, Otis, that's even better. I've only played, like, a smattering. Yeah, this starts awesome, Chair. This has been in development for about 2 years now. Yes, it is. We're in the clouds. We're in an airplane right now, see? Those are the clouds going by. So we're going to hop out. And mission 1, start. So as you can see, the pistol is a lot faster, much more accurate. We've just jumped out of a plane. There are the chickens. Oh yeah, no, I'm not kidding when I say that this takes a lot of Metal Slug inspiration, including just directly taking music from it. Also, we can kill the chickens. We're not penalized for it. We're also not rewarded for it either. They do get in the way, so it's not a bad idea to clear them out when you see them. Yeah, no, the pistol is so good now. Now, I'm pretty sure if I played this in GZ Doom instead of in DSTA Doom, there are additional sound effect features. Also, Lost Soul's health is reduced from 100 to 45, which honestly makes such a big difference. It's great. Yeah, rocket launcher. I can try when I get them. But yeah, it's really fun stuff. And the pistol's actually a useful weapon now. You know, not just a weapon of last resort. Which is great, because being able to actually pistol imps without it being a headache is really nice, turns out. Let's go ahead and open up this level. Let's grab the armor. So I have played this first level. Yeah. I mean, part of it is we're running around like a chicken with its head cut off, but the other part is there are going to be chickens in tons of these maps, because that's just kind of Chookum's thing. Sorry, chicken. It also reminds me of, from Doom 3, when you're in that starting area, there's that arcade machine, like Super Turkey Puncher 3000 or something, and you just punch a turkey and it explodes. We've got some of that energy going on here. You know what? I'll show you how useful the pistol actually is now, because you can pistol a Cacodemon pretty reliably. You know, it's fast enough that it actually will stun lock stuff effectively. Pick up some health. Try to remember where I'm going. Super Turbo Turkey Puncher. Thank you, Wayne. That's what it was. And the first map's a nice, breezy, fun time, kind of just, you know, easing you into the adventure, but also showing you a lot of the cool, you know, changes that have been made. And it's that simple. Now, I am going to be pistol starting. I've not played this before, apart from a couple levels. But hopefully it won't be too bad. Yeah, hopefully it'd make an actual Turkey Puncher game. I mean, you can play the one in Doom 3 as much as you want. Also, I love the just environmental work in this. Super pretty. More Doom should take place in the daytime. Yep, Sonic Adventure music. Which is, in my opinion, one of the only good things about that game. I've gone into this on stream before. I am not a Sonic Adventure fan. I don't have nostalgia for the games, really. And I do not think they hold up as very fun to play today. However, even the worst Sonic games usually have great music. So that's not something I can criticize. Yeah, Otis, it's not even, I think, a question of nostalgia. Even when, you know, they were new and I tried the games out, they were not for me. Because I can tell you exactly what my expectations were. So, keep in mind, Mario 64 set the bar for a transition to 3D for a 2D franchise extraordinarily high. And I can't overstate enough. Also, very nice faux 3D bridge there. We can both walk over and on top of it. It's always a super neat little Doom trick. But when Mario 64 came out, it was such a revelation for people that 3D games could control that well. And it's not even just that they could control well. It's that, incredibly, Mario 64, and I'm sure anybody who's played this can, you know, understand what I mean. It controlled exactly like 2D Mario, but in a 3D space. And I know that might sound silly to say, but what I mean is that the physics, the feeling, the identity of Mario was kept completely intact when they moved from 2D to 3D. And that was not true for Sonic. The first time, and I remember, before the N64 even came out, there was a Toys R Us that had, like, one of the promotional kiosks, like, come try the N64, you know, before it's out. So I think it was August of 1996. And, you know, the N64 was coming out the following month that I first got to try it. And the second you touch the analog stick, you understand immediately that you're playing Mario. That, you know, yes, there's new moves and stuff, but the, you know, the core identity of it in terms of control was a nasty little trap. The core identity, though, was unchanged. You know, it was so obviously Mario. And we take that for granted in the same way we take for granted just how good the physics and control of Super Mario Bros. Is on NES. You know, it's an immediately fun game to play. You know, you pick it up and you understand, yes, this is how Mario controls, these are the limits of his jump. You know, you build up momentum. It's all obvious, it all works. So many other platformers on NES, and not just NES, but every other system at the time, had really unreliable controls. Or, you know, they didn't feel consistent, they didn't feel good. The pistol is both faster and slightly different sounding. It's a new sound effect, which I believe is the pistol from Metal Slug. I would need to check, but it sure sounds like it to me. But it is both faster and more accurate, making it actually a very, very useful weapon. As you can see, you know, it's actually really effective at picking stuff off now. Which I love when WADs upgrade the pistol. You know, for all that I don't care for gameplay mods in Doom, I love when things use, you know, they're called dehacked features, which was the .deh file that you would use to patch Doom, basically, in the old days. It is indeed Chicken Doom. Also, Rusty, am I going to be really mean? Should I kill the chickens? They can't hurt me. They don't count towards the kill count. They can get in the way. You know, it's entirely possible to die because a chicken got in the way of you shooting something. They deserve it? Alright. Sorry, chicken. Vaporized. Turned to dust. So how you doing tonight, Rusty? Hope you are well. Yeah, we're just refueling for KFC here. Yeah, they got in the way. Sucks to be them. Alright. Spawn stuff in. Let's go. This is what it's about. Hold down mouse 1 and kill everything. Oh, Metal Slug is an incredible game. Also, you need to keep in mind, Metal Slug 1 didn't come out until 1996. Now, the Neo Geo, the MVS and AES, had a preposterously long lifespan. You know, the Neo Geo as a platform debuted in 1989. You know, 88 or 89. And got official new releases, you know, like actual new cartridges for both the home system and the arcade platform, until 2005. People still make games for Neo Geo. Weirdly, a combination you see all the time is a game coming out on both Neo Geo and Dreamcast, which is kind of awesome. Oh yeah, it's like two different systems. Yeah, this is a super friendly arena, Otis. Like, it's really easy and really satisfying to just get to tear through stuff. No real danger. You know, there's no heavy enemies. You know, the heaviest is maybe, you know, the Cacodemons. But mostly, this game is just letting me right now have fun. That will change. It will get harder. Don't you worry. But for now, we're allowed to have fun. And Viral, I couldn't imagine knowing anybody who owned a Neo Geo. They were preposterously expensive. Initially, the home version wasn't even really meant for consumers. It was envisioned mostly as a rental unit. You know, that people would, you know, rent for an event or something. Even SNK didn't imagine that people would be splashing out the money to have effectively an arcade machine at home. The thing is, if you could afford it, you could not do better. I mean, it's to this day, Neo Geo games look great. They haven't aged at all, in my opinion. I mean, yeah, some of the older ones don't look as good as the newest ones, but a game like Magician Lord, I don't know, still looks pretty great to me. Oh, someone's shooting at me. There we go. Got some nice, wholesome shooting to clear up this level. Well, yeah. I would still say, though, that even the first, Fatal Fury and King of Fighters games, like, King of Fighters 95 is still fun. Like, sure, they got better, but it's still fun. I love that the pickup sound is also straight out of Metal Slug. There we go, piece of cake. It's insane. I don't know how optimistic to be about it, Viral, but I'm hoping that it'll be good. Also, this intermission screen is adorable. Let's see, Mossy Cavern. Go ahead and make ourselves a save. Oh, look at that. So here's a really cool boom feature. Do you see how the ground is moving there? That's being a conveyor belt. So I walk onto it, and it pushes me back. So the water actually can have a current and function that way. Scream, thank you! Or, I can't do a good impression of any of the, Oh, we've got an upgraded chainsaw. It's faster now, so it'll stun lock things well. Oh, Metal Slug Tactics. Is that the one you mean? That looks potentially great. Because they've shown some of it, and it looks like it is going with high detail, high quality pixel art. And I'm super here for it. Also, I would so rather have a Berserk than the upgraded chainsaw. Oh, did they? I'm curious. Because the last Metal Slug, I think the last traditional one, was Metal Slug 7, which was X and Double X on DS and PSP. And that was fine. Though honestly, once we got past 3, none of the games were the same for me. 4 and 5 in particular stands out to me as not particularly good. Metal Slug Defense, which one is that? I know there's a 3D Metal Slug on PS2 that I never played. That it does not look like I missed anything by skipping that one. That one looks pretty terrible. Mobile tower. Ugh. I've nothing against tower defense games as a genre, but that's not Metal Slug, I mean, Tactics is pushing it, but if it can maintain the, spirit of the series, I'm fine with it. It's just, I don't know how much I trust them to be able to maintain the spirit of the series. Take out the hit scanners first, as always. It's a lot of imps in there, but I feel like I probably have a better weapon than yeah, there's a rocket launcher up there. So, Jeff Jammy, you joke, but there have been Doom mobile games before, and they actually weren't bad. There were 2 Doom RPGs released for Java phones back in the 2000s, and those are both actually really good. Which I know seems like a weird fit, but they function in, old, grid-based, tile-based RPG ways, and they work really well. They still feel like Doom, incredibly. And they even had, neat little stories. And they were official id-made Doom games. Yeah. So a lot of really creative stuff was going on in that kind of, J2ME era of mobile game design. Because there was no rule about what a mobile game was supposed to be yet. The example people had was still Snake. And Tetris and other, time waster type things. I very recently watched Stika, his video on 30 forgotten Castlevania games, and it's pretty wild seeing that. Also in Japan, there were tons of mobile games for Japanese mobile phone platforms. Lots of them were things like ports of older games. I think, there we go. Ports of older games to a newer, architecture. Repurposing things like MSX and NES games to work in a mobile environment to very mixed degrees of success. But it's cool nonetheless that it happened. And we already have so much effectively lost media from that era of gaming because the things that played it are dying, lost, or have been thrown in the trash ages ago. And, why wouldn't you? Why would you keep a 20-year-old phone at this point? You're not going to need it again. I mean, I do still have an old flip phone in the closet, in like a drawer. Mighty Doom. No, I've not. Yeah, J2ME emulation is still not perfect, though, from my understanding. I did download a J2ME emulator on my phone to play the Doom RPG, though from my understanding, the source code for those games is still lost. Carmack couldn't find it. There are a lot of games like that where it's like, I would love to know. It's super fun so far. This is only the third level of the first episode. Jeff Jammy, how's it going, Gondola? But so far, very creative, very fun. The challenge hasn't kicked in yet, though I'm sure it will. A mobile phone game based off Doom Eternal. I did not know that. It probably isn't for me then, because I didn't enjoy Doom Eternal that much. Who knows? Maybe it's better than Doom Eternal. This so far, though... Oh, that's definitely a secret switch up there. Fiending for more EDF. Do you have a Vita, Gondola? Because you should play EDF 2 on the Vita. Or I think that has a Switch port now, but still. Just replay EDF 2017 on Inferno. That'll keep you busy. You've been playing it at work, hell yeah. I'm still kind of mad at Sony for how they handled the Vita. I almost face-rocketed on that Lost Soul. That would have been embarrassing. There's a hit scanner shooting me from somewhere. I don't appreciate it. Also, one of the best changes this makes is reducing Lost Soul health to slightly less than half, so you can now easily single shotgun them. Makes such a difference. So that's too many damn Lost Souls. I don't like them. I've never liked them. I never will like them. Go away. Waste rockets on them. That was satisfying, though. That was like a cue ball, hitting the other pool balls and making them break out like that. Okay, I don't want to hit that yet, because that'll probably start whatever big fight is next. It is, and I'm glad it is, because I think that's one of the things it got wrong in their, original bestiary. Is that's more health than a Lost Soul should have, in my opinion. Making them take multiple regular shotgun blasts, not fun. I mean, Doom 64 is the first I can think of that did it. They upped speed and damage and reduced health. And I think that's a very good trade-off to make. So where was that shootable switch? Lost Souls, I can't tell you how many times I've died to them. Like, countless. It's mostly because they very often feel like busy work, Gondola, and they don't count towards a kill count. So it's not like, you need them for completion. They're just annoying. Okay, that definitely opened something, and I don't know what or where. Yeah, it makes sense in Doom 1. Doom 2 makes a lot less sense. Shot a switch. Curious what, if anything, it opened. Not that. Hello, chicken. Gonna carve him up. Come here. There we go. Yeah, I'm really curious to see. I know John Romero is allegedly working on Sigil 2. Only this time it's going to be an episode for Doom 2. Frexel, don't look. Don't look. If it is true that it's going to end up being a new episode for Doom 2, I would be super curious to see, because frankly, Romero didn't make that many of the levels in Doom 2, and most of his Doom 2 levels really just kind of feel like Doom 1 levels. Oh, there's my first death of the WAD. So I'll be really curious to see, how's John Romero's Doom 2 level design. I did play the map he released about a year ago, and that was pretty fun. Oh, we got a new sound effect for the Revenant missile. Oh, I barely got out of that one. Like, really barely got out of that one. Let's see. Nothing in here. There are 2 secrets in this map. I'm not a great secret hunter. I think this has been well established. Ooh, that would be nice if it made a sound specifically when it's homing and no other time. I'm not viral because, well, one, the rights are owned by Bethesda, so they put out, their own port of it. But even beyond that, I don't know that Doom needs remastering. Do you know what I mean? Like, what would you change, really? Because it's not like it doesn't run well on modern operating systems. A lot of the things Night Dive has worked on are games that maybe, the source code was lost, so they had to reconstruct it, or there wasn't any good modern way to play it. Like with Power Slave. I have played System Shock 2, Skumo. Long time ago. Actually, isn't System Shock 1 getting a remake? I believe that was in the works. Right, what am I missing? I'd say just stick with it. You'll get through it, and then you'll be glad you did. Okay. Hit a button. What's that going to do for me? Oh, there we go. It opens that door up. I did see the Nintendo Direct gondola. I am really excited about Baten Kaitos HD, Pikmin 4. Obviously, I'm excited about Zelda, but it's a well-known quantity that I am a big Zelda fan. Okay, if this was going to be a meaner level, if this wasn't a level 3... Also, it does sound like only the homing missiles make that sound. I think. Or it might just be proximity-based. What classic games would I want to see Night Dive handle? That's a good question. Thief would be great. So what a fun level. Moonlit Lake. Ooh, it's starting to get up there for monster count. Oh, if you've never finished Metroid Prime, you're gonna love it. And I'm excited to see how the twin stick control. I typically don't, Skumo, but because I like to see how, games were. Actually, you joke, Jeff, but any Night Dive, battle chess would be awesome. I loved battle chess as a kid. It was super fun, in my opinion. We're getting a plasma as our first weapon. I think we're in for a little ripper of a level. Yeah, it really does. Actually, Night Dive did a great job on Turok, and they did Turok 2 as well. Have they done Turok 3 yet? So I would love to see Turok 3 get a remake treatment, because Turok 3 is a weird game. Oh, hell yeah, this already looks awesome. Turok 3 is a weird game, though. It was, clearly trying to take inspiration from stuff like Half-Life and other more narrative shooters that had been coming out in the PC space. Yeah, this skybox looks awesome. Most people have only played Turok 1 and 2. Turok 3 was kind of a flop, and it came out after Rage Wars, which was a mostly multiplayer-only game that left a really bad taste in most people's mouths because it had a game-breaking bug, and they had to recall it and send out new copies, basically. So if you have a gray Turok Rage Wars cartridge for N64, that's worth way more than the much more common black cartridge. I'm talking hundreds of dollars versus, like a $10 game. Turok as a series is so frustrating because Turok 1, I think, is a genuinely great game. Turok 2 is a super cool game that was very much held back by, the hardware of the day. It was super ambitious and did awesome stuff, but the N64 really couldn't keep up. I still like it, but, unless you played those games when they were new, it's probably hard to go back to. And I understand that. I'm not totally unsympathetic to people who are only used to more modern games and, higher frame rates and resolutions and all that. That's reasonable. What is a bummer about that is Turok 2 has some of the coolest weapons. Yeah, Turok running at a smooth frame rate is great. Turok 1 also just has a super cool look. So give me 1 sec. I'm going to close the door. My cat's making a ruckus. There we go. Oh, I'm getting attacked by a lost soul. There it is. Yeah, no fog or reduced fog. Because, yes, while the fog was there to mask, the limitations of the hardware, I think it did add to the look. I don't think it was a total mistake. Oh, this is beautiful. Is it Gamer Aaron? Because that would be funny. This is a brand new WAD that's actually still in development. If you use the !WAD command, you can see what I'm playing and get a link to where you can go download it for yourself. This is being made by Mapper Chookum, and it's called Headless Chicken. It's been in development for a little over a year now, and it's really, really good so far. I think that's a very big planet. I think we are off-world looking at Earth, because we've got stars all around and then a planet. So I think we are off-world. That's my impression, at least. Also, I might regret I am still drinking an iced coffee I got this afternoon. It may be a little too late in the day for that now. Yeah, we're just close to it. Imagine we're on some kind of satellite. Okay, there's got to be a button to press here. Also, great MIDI selection so far. Yeah, right? Oh, actually, thinking of what I'd like to see get the night dive treatment, give me Unreal. You made me think of that, Viral. Because if Epic is going to delist it and disrespect the franchise that built them, whose name they still use in their engine that powers everything from Hollywood films to independent games, if they're going to disrespect their own series that much, give it to somebody who won't disrespect it like that. Alright, I was just being thick-headed and didn't see where I had to go. Even if, Unreal as a series really only had a couple good games, Unreal 1, Unreal Tournament 2003 and 4, Unreal 2 is not very good. The Unreal Championship games are okay. Unreal Tournament 3 was so boring. I tried to play it when it came out. I tried to like it. I just didn't. I really tried. Well, all right. We got some fight coming in from all sides here. Oh, you didn't? Oh, Wayne. It was a whole series. Started with Unreal in 1998, which set a new visual benchmark, essentially, in PC gaming. it was a total... It looked better than anything else at the time, with crazy advanced features. It ran like absolute dog shit on everything but like the highest end PCs at the time, but technology caught up very quickly. Later on, a year later, to be precise, in 1999, you had Unreal Tournament, which now we refer to as UT99 to differentiate it from its sequels. That was right up there with Quake 3 Arena for, the most popular multiplayer game in the late 90s and early 2000s. It was absolutely, like, you either played Quake or you played Unreal. I was an Unreal guy more than Quake. I played countless hours of Unreal Tournament 99, both online over a 56K connection, which, believe it or not, worked fine, because a lot of, the handshakes that went on weren't peer-to-peer, they were you to server. So if you had a decent connection to the server, even at 56K, most online multiplayer games worked really well. It wasn't until, a little later. Yeah, if you didn't know, you might think, oh, this looks similar to Quake. And you'd be right, it is similar to Quake. You also had, oh, this looks cool as hell. You had a sequel in Unreal 2 in 2003 or 4. You also had, oh, this is so cool, Unreal Tournament 2003, which was very quickly replaced by Unreal Tournament 2004, which greatly expanded kind of the scope of the gameplay. Adding vehicles and other fun stuff. On home consoles, on original Xbox, you had the Unreal Championship games, which were third-person, first-person hybrid, I believe, and really were meant to take advantage of Xbox Live. Also, this is a great example of a fight that looks, like it's getting more intense, but really is still pretty tame, because all we've got are some specters on the ground, cacodemons and lost souls flying through the air, and then one shelf full of imps, basically. So, basic threat assessment, we're going to take out the more dangerous stuff first. Yeah, that's the thing. Almost all of the, modern boomer shooters coming out are really emulating Quake. I've talked about this a lot, because I wish there were boomer shooters, new ones coming out, that were trying to be like Doom. Then again, I don't think there's a demand for a boomer shooter that's like Doom, because we still just have Doom. Like, if I want to play more Doom, I can always play more Doom. Hey, Panis, thank you for the resub. Much appreciated, my man. It's not like Doom ever went away. If anything, Doom is more popular right now than it's been at almost any point in its 30-year history. There's a very large, very dedicated community of people making content for Doom. Yeah, Hidden Bloodright, which, funnily enough, runs on the Doom engine. It's powered by GZ Doom. But its gameplay isn't really that Doom-esque, if that makes any sense. Which is kind of funny when you think about it. Yeah. Oh yeah. Give me the big, orc mommy. That's great. You can't go wrong there. Or is she a demoness or whatever? I don't care. I'm down with that. Also, let's go. Yeah, I mean, you can do lots of interesting stuff with FPS games. But the stuff I like most, I don't see any modern games this is still, I think, a fairly small fight by the standards of, the Doom that I play. There's almost nothing giving me anything like this, where you've got to manage, threat assessment, movement. You move at 1,000,000 miles an hour in Doom. Serious Sam's boring. That's the thing. Doom's combat is way more interesting to me than Serious Sam's. I say as I'm circle strafing around an arena. But I think to an extent you know what I mean. Like, Serious Sam just kind of, I don't know, it all feels the same after a while. I think people have made better Serious Sam games in Doom, if that makes sense. You know, like what I'm doing here. Yeah, the unkillable turbo-fast piracy scorpion. I love when developers put stuff like that in their games. We've just got 4 enemies left. Pretty fun map. It's our first taste of kind of any sort of larger scale conflict here. I'll check that out. We've got four barons in the waterfall here. Let's take them out. And then I think that's it. Pretty straightforward map. What do we got left? There he is. I was going to say, there's no way I missed one enemy somewhere. Yeah, giving Alan Wake an eye patch. Developers that don't, you know, take it too seriously are the best, though. There we go. That was a pretty fun map. Moonlit Lake. Now we're entering Abandoned Village. Hold on. Oh, gotta stretch my hands out. Hands are cold. I don't know why. It wasn't cold today. Oh, look, they're taking a bath. So it's called Abandoned Village. I'm wondering, are we gonna get, like, cutesy... Gonna get good Doom cute, or is it gonna remain Alien? Oh, and we've got the Super Metroid music going on. Oh yeah, they are remaking Max Payne, aren't they? I'm curious to see how that comes out, because I think that could end up being really good. I just hope they don't change too much of what makes Max Payne good, which is the way it takes itself so seriously, even though it's, you know, a little ridiculous. Also, want to point out a cool boom feature here is deep water. You know, being able to be partially submerged. It's a feature that came about with this source port. Also, if these textures look familiar, I don't know, Wayne, but if the textures look familiar, it's because they are used in Ancient Aliens, Skillsaw's Megawatt that you've seen me play on stream before. More than a year ago at this point. Almost a year and a half. Ancient Aliens is so good. I can sing its praises all day. One of the best Doom WADs of all time. So yeah, we've got a nice dilapidated village aesthetic here. Yeah, Remedy were the developers. They do the Alan Wake series as well. Oh, this is cool. This is super cool. Oh, that's a lot of hit scan. I think there's more health over there somewhere. Oh, and look, that's a shovel. There. Oh, I get it. Those are like ancient burial mounds being exhumed. I'll go check those out in a little more detail once I thin out this fight a bit, because that's super cool. Oh, that really hurt. Oh, this is so cool. So the burial mounds remind me of something I experienced quite recently. Oh, and look, we have fields here. Oh, this is spectacular. This is the kind of stuff that it's like, I know it seems silly to get excited over, you know, whoop-de-doo, somebody made a field. Why are you excited about that? When you consider what, you know, Doom looked like in 1993, in 1994, you know, it was very abstract depictions of stuff. You know, you could... Stuff like the tech bases or hell levels in Doom 1 and Doom 2 get away with it because they, you know, aren't trying to replicate places that look real. The city levels in Doom 2 are notoriously terrible because they look nothing like, you know, a city. Like the suburbs level in Doom 2 is so hysterically ugly, it doesn't look anything like a place real people would live. So seeing stuff like this, where, you know, we're basically recreating an ancient abandoned village of some sort. That's super cool to me. Because we're doing something that the engine wasn't really made for. You think of rendering realistic or semi-realistic environments in an old game engine, and you think of the build engine. You think of Duke Nukem 3D with its fairly realistic, interactive cities. You don't think of Doom with its, much more abstract take on things. So seeing something like this, an alien world being lovingly rendered is awesome in my opinion. So let's collect some resources. So I'll take out all these imps up here. And I want to point out something super cool. And if you don't know the word tumulus or tumuli, this is your opportunity to learn something. So, what I'm currently walking on top of and probably desecrating in the process are what are very clearly ancient burial mounds. Mounds similar to this have been used by cultures all over the world to inter their dead. And you can see this one, there's a shovel in it, it's in process of being excavated, and we can see, bones, basically. That's bones in the texture. Hey Josh, hey, how's it going? Fairly recently, back in late summer, I was visiting South Korea. I was on vacation. I used to live in South Korea, so it's a place that has a lot of, memories for me, and I have a lot of friends there. But I was in a city called Gyeongju, which is famous for its well-preserved ancient burial mounds dating from the Shilla dynasty and before. Shilla dynasty lasted from, I think, like year 500 or so AD until 1492. A very long time, nearly 1,000. It was 1,000 years functionally of Shilla, and its capital was Gyeongju. At the height of its power in the unified Shilla period, like not super close, Seoul, so like 40 something miles. No one in South Korea is really that worried about North Korea. Americans and Westerners in general think about it way more than they do. But Gyeongju is in Gyeongsangbuk-do province, northern Gyeongsang province, which is, eastern coast and not quite towards the south, kind of the middle of the country. But Gyeongju was, people call it the Millennium City because it was a capital for 1,000 years. At the height of its power, it had over 1 million people living there and was the 4th largest city in the world. It had trade ties as far as Rome. It's crazy to think, of the late Roman Empire, basically, post what we consider fall of Rome. But, imagine trade ties from Rome all the way to Korea more than 1,000 years ago. That's the kind of thing we're talking about. But these kind of burial mounds, shaped very much like this, a very complex internal structure. There are dozens, if not 100 plus of these preserved in Gyeongju, and some of them they have excavated and made into museums effectively that you can walk into and learn about how these were built, who's buried here, what they know about them, etc., what they've been able to learn about their own history. A lot of it was damaged during the Japanese occupation and annexation of Korea from 1910 to 1945. But much of that's been recovered. Yeah, stuff like that. Very, very similar in concept, Wayne. Only these are, so well preserved for their age. It's super cool to see. So I couldn't help but thinking of that, seeing these, having been there just, half a year ago. Only, you super cannot walk on them. You can walk around them. They're set aside in a park, but there are signs everywhere basically saying, if you, break the rules and go climb on these, there is a fine up to $20,000 or 5 years in jail. They take protecting these very, very seriously, as they should. They're an intangible cultural heritage kind of thing. Plus, it's just rude to walk on an ancient burial mound. All right. So I love all the... Oh, look at the detail. We've got a pitchfork, basically. Someone strung up and their blood in a sacrificial pool. Look at the cool visual storytelling going on here. And a dead Marine. I hope no dumb YouTuber does that. That would be terrible, you know? Like, I don't want to see somebody doing that shit. So let's see. We've got a bunch of stuff spawning in, but none of it back here. Alright, they gave us rockets. Let's go nuts. Have some fun, you know? Oh, that Pinky snuck up on me. That's no fair. That Pinky tanked a rocket. What the hell? Super Pinky. Deal with Mr. Kako. Right, and then we just got a lot of kind of, you know, monster window dressing up there. Not enemies that pose much real danger, like all these imps up along the ridge. They're just kind of there to give you something to dodge. Rocket or two will take care of them. Well placed, that is. Everything just kind of started infighting. There's enough monster count left that I'm hoping there'll be another, like, big fight towards the end here. Because while this is very pretty, we're still in the easy part of things, it seems. Which is fair. You know, this is only map, what, 5? Yeah. In the first episode. Each episode, I believe, is 5 to 6 maps, depending on which it is. I know there are going to be 33 maps in total when this is complete. But there are still 3 maps being worked on currently. However, this had just gotten a big update, and I decided, yeah, now's as good a time as any to play this. Because I'd played a couple levels of it, because they've been kind of trickling out over the past year and a half or so. And it's like, you know, I would like to play this. Plus it offers a nice, change of pace, something brand new. Not revisiting a classic, not... you know, challenging myself with something extraordinarily hard, unless this is going to get wild and I'm not ready for it. Entirely possible. So it looks like... Ooh, I think I smell a secret here. Can I... Oh wait, I can just go through the door. Duh. That's what I do. Somebody's got to play Doom. And who if not me, not a pilgrim called Spooky? Alright. Hit the switch, see what it does. Probably lowers something. Also, ooh, I think I can make that jump. And by jump, I mean SR50, maybe? Also, anybody not familiar with what I mean when I say SR50 means strafe run 50. Your normal run speed by default in Doom facing forward is 40 map units per second. But if you run while strafing, you know, at that kind of angle, you can go faster, which is referred to as SR50 because it's strafe run 50 map units. So by going faster, you can often, you know, cross a narrow gap like that. I think if I line it up right here, then it should... I feel like I should be able to make that. And then I can get that Berserk, which is almost assuredly tagged as a secret. Just making sure there weren't stairs or a ladder around the back that I was missing like a fool. Maybe I should run this way, so that if I do make it, I'm not running backwards. I don't think I can rocket jump. I don't think I've got a surface. Just jump, but I can't. Doom Guy's knees don't work, American Pineapple. There's no jump button. Now, depending on the source port you play, there is a jump button in GZ Doom, but in DSDA Doom, I do not think it's an option. I'm right there. Feels like I should be able to make it, and I might just be having a skill issue that I can't. Oh, that was so close. Sorry if this is boring. I really want that Berserk. Okay, definitely if I use the stairs, SR50 down the stairs. Oh, I'm so close. Yeah, so Ritsuber, when I'm doing that, I'm using both W to go forward and D to go to the side, and then using, the mouse. Yeah, we all want Berserk. We need it. Yep, that's what I'm doing, Ritsuber. Only I'm just missing it. I think it is possible, and I'm just not... I think it's a very precise jump. I'll move on. I won't make you keep watching me try that. Oh. Chicken. Chicken. I want the chicken. There we go. Oh, this was a secret, apparently. Getting up here. I think there was a plasma further down. I think this might get us multiple secrets. Hey, Nekosune, thank you for the lurk. Always appreciate having you here. Yeah, there's a plasma rifle down here. Alright, so that's not a useless secret. Got a mega armor and a plasma. Let's see. Oh, and we've got the keys. Yeah, I guess we can move on. Also want to point out that building, blue and red bricks to show, this is the building to go to when you have the keys. And then you can unlock, all this stuff. A very nice little, detail. That's the kind of, smart environment building that you don't even notice is happening. Do you know what I mean? It's there. You don't think about it, but it affects how you're perceiving the level. So it looks like we can just lob some rockets in here. And get some more rockets. And is it just going to be a bunch of pinkies? I was kind of hoping for a more fearsome fight at the end here. Something to use that plasma on, maybe. We haven't seen an Archvile yet. Might be time. I mean, it is kind of telling you where to go. You just might not realize that it's telling you where to go. It's doing that clever environmental storytelling. Okay, so they give us a plasma anyway at the end. I just got it a little early. Yeah, I feel like a map this geographically large could do with some more enemy encounters. Feels like they're still taking it easy on us. The gloves have not come off just yet. Here's all the kills. Lost souls don't count towards the kills, but I hate them, so I will clean it up. And then that's it. Cross through the cool alien gate. That was it. Abandoned village was pretty easy. Didn't find the secrets, but... Hey, Goonyella. So, interestingly, this is past and present coming together, because this is a brand new set of levels. So if you use the !WAD command, you can see what I'm playing. So this is Headless Chicken, which is a new level set that is still in development. So if you want to play this and give it a try, all you need to do is load up the file in the source port of your choice. I use DSDA Doom, and then get to it. So this is about as new as it gets, for an old game. Yeah, Doom has an extremely active community. So what it means is that I will literally never run out of Doom to play. I've been playing Doom since, pretty much 30 years ago now. Because Doom 1 came out at the end of 1993, and it was either at the end of 93 or start of 94 when my father brought home, the shareware disc of Doom 1 from a colleague at work. And, we then got Doom 2, I think either at the end of 94 or start of 95. Basically, I've been playing Doom for a very long time now, and I will never run out of Doom to play. So this is my first time playing any of these levels. This set, it's functionally a new game built in Doom 2. And they're called a Mega WAD, because WAD is the file extension, standing for Where's All the Data, which was that functioned as a switch. You could hear the click sound when I walked over it. I mean, yeah. Not just that, but Quake as well. That was the first time I ever saw a burned CD. Was my father coming home from work with a copy of Quake 2 this was 1998, that a coworker had given him. And that was my first time ever seeing, like, a CDR. Which I know sounds silly, but in 1998, like, CD burners were still, $1,000 or more. So it was pretty cool to get to see that. And as always, I'm playing this on, the ultraviolence difficulty setting from a pistol start each level. Just make it a little more challenging for myself, a little more fun. So far, the challenge level in this has been pretty moderate, but I'm positive it will ramp up pretty shortly. Also, sorry, chicken, you had to die. Gotta remember the pistol is actually useful now. This WAD boasts a very upgraded pistol. It really was, in a lot of ways, Wayne. Because if you think about it, we were on dial-up internet. Oh, this is cool. Deal with the chain gunners first, since they are a hit scan and very, very dangerous. That chicken just blocked my shot. That's why the chickens are dangerous in this. Not because they can do damage to you, but because they can physically obstruct you. But yeah, it's weird to think that the world I grew up experiencing in a lot of ways doesn't exist anymore. And I don't mean that as like I'm not trying to be maudlin or dramatic about it. Things change, but it's amazing how much technological progress there's been, even in my lifetime. Like, I just turned 36 the other day. It's insane to think how much has changed in my lifetime. We take for granted now that for the past decade, virtually everybody has had a supercomputer in their pocket that can access, high-speed internet and communicate with anybody, anywhere in the world. That's the default state of things now. It's nuts. I was thinking about this while I was taking a walk the other day, praise the sun, where I can see a lot of places where payphones used to be. So, people remember payphones, yeah? Like, you know what they are? I hope. Okay. And you can see, there's still one functioning payphone I can think of in my town. Kind of right in the center of town. But payphones were something that were so ubiquitous that you didn't pay attention to them. They were background noise, essentially. A lot of people don't, Josh, because they, were born into a world that doesn't have payphones anymore. And I don't know when they started going away. And it happened so quickly that, I think a lot of people didn't notice. But I was walking, and I saw a spot where a payphone used to be. Like, the stand was still there and everything, but just totally gutted, like it had been ripped out. And it probably had been ripped out by the phone company or whoever owned the, line at that point. And it just got me thinking, like, when did that change start happening? Because, I remember when I was in high school, I used to use the payphone. The school had a bank of payphones right in the lobby. Yeah, and I think they started going away once cell phones reached a certain saturation point, which is kind of a shame because if you think about it, a payphone provides a public service in a lot of ways because you didn't need to pay to, call information or, emergency services and stuff like that. You'll still see them at some, transport hubs, but a lot of places where payphones used to be have been repurposed into, this is a spot where you can stand and make a phone call type places, which is really not the same thing at all. much less useful in important ways. Yeah, you just get the cell phone from somebody. There are still highway call boxes. I think you're right, Ozelia. Also good to see you. But you know what I mean in that it's one of those things that I didn't notice when it went away, just that it did. Same thing with things like instant cameras. Oh yeah, easily the Pain Elemental. And I don't resent the Pain Elemental. I think it's a brilliant addition to the Bestiary because it can apply pressure to you in such creative ways, especially in limit removing source ports. Because in Vanilla Doom 2, there is a hard-coded Lost Soul limit. In limit removing ones, that can be disabled. So you can very easily get a scenario where now you've got, hundreds of Lost Souls, absolutely ruining your day. So it makes those a much higher priority target. Yeah, it was probably late 2000s. Also, like, the change from, digital camera to film camera, or film camera to digital camera, is one that happened very, very quickly. Yeah, they have, mostly as just a, fun nostalgia thing, Eddie. Like, I did see a vending machine of film and film cameras when I was on vacation in Korea, as something for, basically for fun, for the novelty of it. I thought about buying one. There was a berserk hiding in there. Looked like a flower. Oh, how was that? So I still have a VCR. I have a VCR hooked up. Because I like to watch old tapes sometimes. And I still have them. I mean, even, blank CDs are something that have gotten harder to find. It used to be you could walk into pretty much any store and get a spindle of them. Oh, yeah. And not even that, but film that's no longer being manufactured. You can sometimes find new old stock, but there's no guarantee at the quality of the film stock that's still in them. There we go. Oh, we're descending. Where are we going? Yeah, DVDs have had an incredibly long lifespan, if you think about it, Wayne. Alright, so that finished episode 1. Because the DVD was introduced in 1996. It's still going. Still a viable format. You weren't paying attention during the briefing. You were too caught up in getting your new pants on. Where are we again? Peru? Chile? Bolivia? No matter. The ruins, cliffs, and caves have shown a clear path to where you're needed, demon by demon. The village was the first sign of this problem being bigger than the UAC thought. Yeah, the reason for that, Praise is Thy Flesh Consumed came out as part of the Ultimate Doom a year after Doom 2. With all that human sacrifice and ritualistic awfulness, you have no choice but through it to make those demons stop. You should get yourself a VCR, Ozelia. Oh, this is great already. Hold on. So this is dead serious. Mission 2, start. And we are seeing an old friend. Hey, Starkiller. That is the, this is very serious Sam feeling. And, dead simple because it's a map 7. Yep, a kamikaze. They were used heavily in Valiant, one of Skillsaw's WADs. And they bring the serious Sam feeling. How you doing, Hazmatty? Hope you are well. Yeah, we're getting big serious Sam vibes here, but also, you'll notice the layout of the arena in the center is very, very similar to, Doom 2 Map 7. Dead simple. Dead simple clones typically work on, once you kill the Mancubus, the spiders spawn in, and that's totally fine. Incredibly sick a couple days ago. Well, I'm glad you're over whatever it was. Being sick is no fun at all. So right now I'm just going to run around, collect all the resources I can, then I'll start, triggering whatever fights are here. Also, how pretty is this? Like, can we take a moment to appreciate the nice aesthetics here? Got a very cool kind of ancient temple theming. So we can lower these platforms. Oh yeah, the WAD is called Headless Chicken. Okay, so each weapon I snag is going to get me... Yeah, it's using the same textures as Maddie. Each platform I lower is going to get me a new set of enemies spawning in. I could do the smart thing and fight them off one by one. I'm going to do the dumb thing and lower every platform and go nuts. Have me a real good time. Well, that didn't work. Oh, that was silly. Let's try that again, shall we? Let's grab ourselves a super shoddy. Get to work. Yeah, so spawning in now, we've got various waves of enemies. Ancient Aliens has got to be my favorite Doom WAD of all time, has Maddie? It's so much fun. Just an absolute blast. Let's see. Oh, I didn't have the single shotgun. Not gonna waste ammo on the suicide guys. So they die. They have very low health, but explode. Oh, the Aliens Total Conversion? Yeah, that was one of the first, big Doom Total Conversions. It's kind of what let people know what was possible. And it's still pretty fun to play. Like, yes, it's super old. It's from 1994. But it's fun. Frankly, a better game than, Aliens vs. Predator on the Jaguar. I remember way back when I was a kid. Does anybody else remember computer shows? They were basically like you'd go to a convention hall type thing, or maybe it was held in, like a hotel ballroom. Jaguar. I say it the British way, but I'm American. Jaguar just sounds stupid. But yeah, if anybody isn't familiar with the concept of computer shows, basically there would be multiple vendors selling things like, computer hardware at discount prices, software of maybe questionable origin sometimes, like things that were definitely illegitimate. But that was where, my dad would go to any local computer show to get, upgrades for the family PC. And, my dad's a nerd. He still is. He loves, tinkering with stuff. Like, the things he's into now are VR and 3D printers. Like, that's what he does. He's retired. He just has fun, with his hobbies now, which is great. I usually go see my parents every Sunday, so I'll catch up, like, what new things are you printing with your 3D printer? What kind of crazy stuff are you coming up with? Let's see, let's grab ourselves a rocket launcher. But, point is, ever since, the early 80s, before I was born, he's been, building PCs. His first, home PC, he built, back when that was actually a lot more than just, Lego, like modern, PC builds are. It required a fair bit more research than it does today, is what I'm saying. But I remember at one of these computer shows, someone was selling a CD-ROM, what was called Barney Doom, which was just a whole set of sprite replacements for all the monsters, so that instead of, Doom stuff, you were shooting Barney the Dinosaur and friends. Because, Barney the Dinosaur is obviously a big thing in the 90s. So many people just hated Barney. Like, they couldn't stand him. So, maybe whoever, made that WAD was just sick and tired of their kids, watching Barney. And it seems funny, now to look back on it. It's like, why'd you hate it so much? Like, it's for kids, man. It's not for you. You can put up with, your kids watching, Barney the Dinosaur on TV. Oh, we've got a lot of kamikazes. God, that's so satisfying when their explosion takes each other out. I believe it did. God, this is great. It's not a particularly challenging level, but this is fun. Just need to not get cornered by these guys. Yep, Simpsons Doom was a thing. There's a Sailor Moon Doom WOD, same thing, replacing, you know, all the weapons and animations. Oh yeah, stuff like that's done all the time now. You know, that's never changed. The kind of the cool thing with Doom is that, you know, from even before Doom 2 released, there was an active community making content, and id Software decided to encourage it, rather than, you know, say, this is our IP and we want all the control over it. Doom Guy could be Maho Shoujo if he wants to be. Why not? I mean, there is a Toho Doom kind of total conversion WOD. Oh, absolutely, AOD. Is this the prefab sectors one? Because I will participate in that. I want to give mapping a try. Please do. I will bite the bullet and try my best to make my first public map. That would be fun. Yeah, it's still cool about it, though they did remove a lot of the tool set from Doom Eternal that had existed in Doom 2016. Excellent, AOD. If you want, I'm not sure if you're in my Discord or not. You can use the ! Discord to pull mine up. Feel free to share your project there as well, because I know there are some people in there who would probably be interested as well. I share that Discord with another teacher VTuber, Elliot Ambers. Whoop. Got a lot of guys coming. I'd say you can pop it in, like, general. General's fine. Whoop. Got dangerous here all of a sudden. Let's find some health. There we go. Oh, yep, we killed all the Mancubi, so of course it's the spiders. Yeah, well, both of us are teachers, Rick Zodiac. So we decided that would be a fun little name for it. Yeah, right, Ozelia? Well, let me save some cells for the Cyber Demon there. Make a save. It's been a minute. Oh, and we've got another arena here. It looks like I might just be able to leave if I want to. That's no fun. I want to kill everything. I was just wondering, maybe there's a BFG. Because Herpes Derpus, there's a new enemy in this that's been used in other Doom WODs, which is a Serious Sam style kamikaze. They do explode. There should be. So AOD, you need to go, there's like permissions you have to accept, basically. You know, acknowledging you read the rules, and then all the other channels open up. A few people have gotten stuck there before. Yeah, the scream, I mean, everything about it visually as well. It's very, you know, Doom meets Serious Sam's by way of Ancient Aliens. Ooh, I'm at 5 health. Let me fix that. There we go, Cyber Demon down. There's some health I can grab. And, okay, yeah, each of these platforms will have some health for me. Medkit, and it was delicious. I love stuff like that. You know, little changes to text that map makers can put in there. I'm pretty sure it's just reacting to the post. It should say, I can't really check and help right now, but I can figure it out after stream if it's still giving you trouble. Okay, you see it now. Yep. Don't worry, you're not the only person to have been stumped by that. All right. Oh, there's only 3 more enemies. Oh, and they're chilling right at the end. How kind of them. I've got all the plasma in the world. That was a fun map. Nice dead serious clone. Ooh, I don't know. Yep, I think we asked it that way just to, prevent any bots or anything. Ooh, and now we're descending into a Temple of Mystery. This is episode 2 of this. I did not find the secret. Forsaken Slums. Restart from pistol and go for it. Oh, I don't know if you could hear my neck there, but that was quite the noise it made. Been stiff lately. Oh, chickens are getting in my way. Place is lousy with them. There we go. You could say that. Yeah, a lot of people do that. It's also just a way to make sure that people are, actually acknowledging whatever the server rules are. Ours are very light. In the same way that my chat rules are light. Basically, I would just ask, don't be a jerk. Don't say things you wouldn't say to somebody, to their face in real life. I think that's a good, baseline frame of reference kind of rule. Sure, it's not super specific, but, at the same time, it's my channel, it's my discretion. If you do something that, is annoying to me or that I find, not in line with the way I would like my chat to be, I just ask people to stop. And then if they don't stop, that's when, I moderate. I try to keep it very simple. And I feel like, I've had success with that. Oh, if you do something that's awesome and I think it's great, I'm going to tell you as well, Heart's Love. Yeah, exactly. If you've hit that, even if you skimmed through the rules to just get to the point where you hit that button, you still hit the button saying, I read it. Yeah, exactly. Do the Bill and Ted. Be excellent. Like, compliment my bow tie. Well, thank you. I am always happy to accept compliments about my bow tie. I quite like it. That's why I wear it. I think it pulls together with the hat very nicely. Right, I've got Berserk now. Yeah. Be excellent to each other is a good rule. I'm looking forward to checking out this this project. What's the time frame like on it, AOD? I want to make sure that I would actually be able to participate. And who knows? Maybe I'll even do the mapping for it on stream. That could be fun. Okay, not a speed mapping thing. Well, that's good because I don't think I'm capable of speed mapping. Because that would require knowing what I'm doing with the tools, which I do not. So I hear a cyber demon stomping around somewhere. There we go. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if you get 32 people. I think it's a fun concept, and it's not intimidating to beginners. I know another VTuber, you may have seen him in this chat sometimes, Ringleader Woozle, who's a ferret VTuber, plays lots of retro games. Very, very funny guy. He expressed interest to me in that. So you might be able to get some people who don't... He's played Doom on stream before, Every now and then I'll recommend him a WAD to play, and then he'll complain that it's too hard. Because I forget that my idea of, what's an easy or hard WAD is very skewed, and maybe not the same as what a normal player thinks is easy or hard. Oh yeah, this is 100% the machine gun sound from Metal Slug. Oh yeah, Eddie, that was Doomerboard's Project 40. Because I had played that one, and I beat it blind, pistol start, ultraviolence in, I think, like 2 hours. Like, I had no trouble with it. And, a German light armored vehicle. I had said, oh yeah, play this. It's not very hard. And he got like to the 4th level in it and just couldn't progress. He was so mad. It was very funny. Oh, secret, hell yeah. Anytime you see a weird looking texture, it's worth clicking on it. Also, I've got to say, the visual detailing here is spectacular. Like, look at the attention to detail with the lighting. You see that shadow? Hey, no problem, AOD. Appreciate you stopping by, and I'm going to check that out after stream. This is where I need to point out it's all hand-painted sector lighting. It looks so nice, too. Maybe I'm just easily pleased, but I think aesthetically, this just looks great. Also, while I'm thinking about cool mapping stuff, the WAD I played on stream last week, the new Doomer board project, had one of the coolest maps I've seen in a long time. That somehow, it was an ancient, like, castle map that had a functional ballista, like actual functioning ballistae in this map. It was completely insane. So I did play a little of a TDAC 1632 just on my own time. AOD. I don't know if I'm going to stream it, but I do appreciate that kind of stuff a lot. Okay, this was the main courtyard area from before. I shouldn't have picked that up. I have not finished it yet, but what I've played was fun. Mostly I just really like the concept. I would love if that wall was destructible. I think I only went through 3 maps, and then I loaded up the start of yours that had like 900 or so enemies just to see what it looked like. I think I played through the first fight and then decided to save it for another night. Just loading it up to see. There we go. Boy, I like the faster single shotgun. So I'm gonna be careful not to, not to do that. I feel like these will come in handy if I leave it. Hey, Nekosune, how you doing? Good to see you. Oh yeah, we're gonna have something explosive coming through this way in a second. I let myself get cornered. I mean, I'm fine with maps that are self-indulgent, kind of to a limit. For me, it's when, you've got a community project and multiple people decide, like, I'm gonna drop my big magnum opus map in this community project. Like, Community Chest 4 stands out in that regard to me a lot. Where it's like, yes, Community Chest 4 is, indisputable classic Megawad. Tons of great stuff there. But it needed... I did load it up just to check it out. At that point, it's less that Total Chaos is a mod and just a new game built in GZ Doom. But it's incredible, visually. Pop-Tarts because you couldn't decide. My default, if I can't think of what to make for dinner, is I'll just, like, either make rice or instant noodles or something and then just put, like, veggies and eggs on it. Maybe, like, a can of tuna. Just something that's super simple and doesn't take any time at all. Just so that I have no excuse, to not eat real food. Helps having a rice cooker for that. Which, if you don't have a rice cooker, I can't recommend it highly enough as just a thing to own. So it means you're never long away from... I'm not actually sure which enemy they are, AOD. I'd need to check. But that would be super cool. I'm trying to think the last time I had a Pop-Tart. Not anytime recently. Not a Pop-Tarts guy. Also, does anyone actually put them in the toaster? Are they supposed to be toasted, or do people just eat them cold? Because I was always under the impression that people mostly just ate them cold. No, it is not, Rick Zodiac. It's music. Toasted, nuked, or cold. Interesting. Don't think the Cyber Demon can hit me there. Eat them cold most of the time. I'm curious. Not being a Pop-Tarts guy, some people freeze them and then eat them frozen, like right out of the freezer, is like a frozen treat kind of thing. I mean, I could imagine that being good. Oh, that was a secret. Nice. Okay, there must be like a switch to lower that or something. Frozen Twinkie. I can't say I have. I did have a deep-fried Twinkie at a state fair once, and that was both delicious and repulsive, if that makes any sense. Freeze a s'mores Pop-Tart. Is it really good? They get firm, not hard. Interesting. I'm scared of this. I'm not a Pop-Tarts aficionado. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll get myself a s'mores Pop-Tart, and I will freeze it. Okay, there must be a switch to raise this. I must be missing it. Yeah, just like go to the gas station and buy a single Pop-Tart kind of thing. I mean, I would not buy a whole box of Pop-Tarts, because then I have to eat a whole box of Pop-Tarts, and I don't want to do that. But it's worth trying, is what you're saying. You're not making this up to, like, you know, totally own me. Whoa, that was close. Yeah, I live not far. It's like maybe a mile walk each way. Or I could just get it, the next time I go out and get gas. You know what I mean, AOD. Also, Woozle, the details for that community project that AOD is organizing, wherein you make maps from pre-made blocks, is live. I know you were interested in that. So that is now a thing that we can try out. I know you were interested in that as well. And I believe they posted a link in my Discord. If not, there is a Doomworld thread about it now. I have zero interest in Harry Potter, Aaron, just in general. I'm begging for people who grew up with it to look at it with more of a critical eye. Isn't that the one that's an RPG, Woozle? Like, please, read another fantasy book in your life. Just one. Anyone. Anything. It's so boring. It's so bland. Like, the first one came out when I was 10, and I read it, and I'm like, this was fine, and then I read better things. That's how I feel about it in general. Let's see, can I get up here yet? There's gotta be a way. I'm missing something. Is it that I need to run it that faster? Okay, if anybody sees the obvious thing I'm missing, please tell me. Yeah, I definitely will after stream, AOD. So I'm super interested in this. Also, what a nice little fountain that is. Clearly missing a switch or something. Oh, I could have just gone this way the whole time. I'm just stupid. Literally, there was nothing stopping me at any point from making progress. Yeah, I wonder why. Because when I hear people talking about how much they like Harry Potter, it feels like they like what they imagine Harry Potter is and not what the books actually are. Like, Harry Potter is a trust fund kid who grows up to be a cop with only a high school education and marries his high school sweetheart. Like, he doesn't learn a single thing. He learns nothing. He has no moral character growth. Things happen around him and he is praised for it. Exactly. The moral of the story is be born rich and the world conforms to your whims. You know, learning, don't be silly. Other people do that and then you get the credit for their work. Yeah, exactly. His high school sweetheart whose brother and girlfriend did all the work for him. Okay, so if I was, you know, an orphan child who lived in a terrible household with, you know, guardians who were only doing the bare minimum legally, you know, to exist as your guardians, you know, escaping what, sure, is a terrible life. You know, he lived in a cupboard under the closet. That sucks. If you find out, hey, actually, you know, your, you know, parents left you a great fortune and you have a natural aptitude for magic, I'm going to pick up the fucking textbook. I'm not going to be, you know, every single time Hermione does, like, any spell, Harry and Ron are like, whoa, where'd you learn that? And she's like, standard book of spells, like, year 1. Read a book. Like, you can... It's so stupid. It's so stupid. Like, if you suddenly told me, oh, by the way, you can escape this terrible life of yours, and now you can, you know, do magic, you better believe I'm going to be studying. Yeah, reading's for nerds. He's going to, you know, be a super special jock who they break all the rules for because he's the special one. It's the same way that, you know, all those years ago, H-Bomber Guy did that great video on why the show Sherlock sucks. So they made it about Sherlock and not about the mysteries. Oh, he's absolutely a jock. He shows up to school, you know, becomes friends with the popular kids, you know, gets a trust fund inheritance, and then never does his schoolwork and just wants to be sportsman instead. And his only aspiration in life is to grow up to be a cop. Like... Kid sucks. Yeah, exactly. Famous from the moment he steps in. It was made for them. I mean, it's one thing, you know, to be nostalgic for something from your childhood. And there's nothing wrong with saying, you know, I enjoyed this a lot despite its flaws and it meant a lot to me, you know, because of when it came out and where I was in my life when it came out. But I think you also owe it to yourself to, you know, read other fiction and, you know, grow and learn new things and find other things that you like. And to say, you know, I enjoyed this uncritically when I was young, and now that I'm older, maybe I shouldn't just enjoy the same things uncritically without examining why it is that I like them. You know? Like, yeah, exactly. There's no reason, if knowledge determines, you know, a wizard's aptitude, fucking study, Harry. Like, it's so... God, it's dumb. It's so dumb. And I think the, you know, wish fulfillment is a big part of it and why a lot of people, you know, loved it as a kid. But I feel like you owe it to yourself to, you know, say, hey, maybe the things I liked as a kid, you know, weren't great. And it doesn't matter, you know, it doesn't take away. You can still have loved them and acknowledge, yes, I used to love this and it meant a lot to me. You're not, like, there's nothing wrong with that. That's normal. You know, to say, wow, I used to like this a lot. And now, you know, I don't get as much out of it. That's fine. That's what normal people do. You know, you can say, you know, wow, this thing that I really used to like. Also, this is super cool. To go inside this building, what's happening is that there's a silent teleport happening. Hold on, I gotta show this off. So we walk in here, and you see on the map screen, we teleport somewhere else. This is simulating fake room over room 3D, essentially. Hiding it with a lighting change. So going from a lit outdoor environment. Not even that the plot in Dragon Ball is bad, but that it's, you know, it's not original, and it's not meant to be original. It's a journey to the West. It's a retelling of that story in one way or another. But look at this. So we're inside this building now, and we can even still see it from outside. This is incredibly cool. And we get what looks like, you know, your eyes adjusting to a new light through that series of shadows. That's extremely creative. So that's why this is marked as Boom compatible and not Vanilla compatible. Because in Vanilla Doom, you can't do that. So come here, chicken. You're in my way. So the way it's done, Rig Zodiac, is there's basically a line def here that when you cross it, it's a teleport. So you can see it's moving me from one part of the map to another. Only it's simulating a room over room 3D, because if we look at the building from outside, you know, there's stuff above there, but when we walk into it, it takes us to another part of the map, functionally. And it just did another of those teleports to put us now on the roof. Oh, the lighting change is incredible. It's absolutely genius. I almost didn't notice it at first until I realized, wait, that shouldn't be possible. You know, going into a building, you know, and coming out after going up the stairs. Super cool. And there's a very real chance that, you know, most people playing, unless they, you know, are Doom nerds, might not even realize what just happened. You know, they might say, oh, that was a cool lighting transition, not realizing that it was a series of silent teleports to create something impossible. Which is awesome, for the record. Oh! Ooh, not just one Archie, but we got a bunch. Let's party. Let's deal with them first. Got him. It's a hell of a way to introduce the Archvile to your WAD. Not just one, but three. Yeah, exactly. It's like a magic trick, Aaron, where it's like, you know, there are magic tricks that are for the audience, and then there are magic tricks that are for magicians. And they look very different, you know. Ones for other magicians are probably a lot more subtle. You know, but do something that even looking at it close up, you're like, that's amazing. Also, another, you know, nice trick there. That's a bridge that we can go under using, what are they called? Like mid-textures. The only glitch you'll see with that is corpses teleporting from top to bottom. Like that. Oh, I missed the jump again. But yeah, tricks unnoticeable. You know, if someone who's not, you know, a Doom nerd played this, they'd just be like, oh, that was really cool. You know, not, holy crap, how did they do that? Also, this is like a nice little living room or kitchen. So we've got the fireplace, we've got the sink, we've got a counter. It's really, really cute. Love stuff like this. We've probably got one big fight left. Yeah, so Doom, some people, I would say, mistakenly think of Doom as a 2D game, or as not true 3D, because of the way levels are drawn from top down, and the way binary space partitions work, which is how Doom's levels are drawn. That's both true and not quite true. So while it's true that... Whoops. Well, it's true that I face-rocketed on a Lost Soul there. No. It's more complicated than that, because monsters in Doom do have... You know, height values are a thing in Doom. You know, you can have entryways that some monsters can't go through because they are too tall. So for example, the Cyber Demon can get blocked by a lot of stuff because it's really tall. So there can be arches that they can't pass under, for example. Or you as the player can pass over, objects. Projectiles can go above and below things. There's lots of, three-dimensionality in Doom, even though the way the levels themselves are drawn is essentially extruded 2D. The reason for that being to really save on processing time. Because you have to think, yes, they were targeting, optimal system would be a, decent beefy 486 at the time, but they wanted it to be able to run on anything from like a mid-range 386 and up. 386 being the type of processor. I need to stop assuming that people know what I mean when I say that, because I'm sure plenty of people don't. Point being, this was a very, very efficient way to draw 3D environments. Yeah, we are still on x86 architecture, which was first introduced with the Intel 8086 back in, 1982? 83? Somewhere around there. Whenever you see someone refer to x86 architecture, how the PS5 and Xbox One Series X run on x86 architecture, that's what they mean. How's it going, Osakin? So in a lot of ways, the computing environment that we inhabit today is still, got its roots in the 80s. It's faster and has greater bit depth, meaning, we're not in an 8 or 16-bit computing environment anymore. Doom's going great. This is a set of levels called Headless Chicken, still in development by mapper Chookum, and it's really, really fun. Yeah, right? Hardware can get you hyped about numbers and letters. Point being, when, Doom came out in late 93, Doom 2 in 94, it wanted to create a 3D game, a fast 3D shooting game that, could run on most computers at the time. So this was their solution. Now, they solved the problem of fast polygonal gaming a couple years later with Quake. And the way Quake renders 3D was by far the fastest way anybody had come up with to render polygons up to that point. To the point that a lot of Quake's DNA still exists in modern games. If you look at something like the light flashing default animation in Quake 1, and compare it to games like Half-Life 1, Half-Life 2, all the way up to Call of Duty, like the new one. Oh, absolutely, Aaron. So that's nuts.wad. Not really meant to be beatable. Yeah, Quake was able to run in software rendering on most PCs. It required a Pentium processor when it came out for floating point calculation. But Quake would run on most stuff. The hardware-accelerated version of Quake, GL Quake, using OpenGL, didn't come out till a year later, because most people did not have dedicated 3D hardware accelerator. Yeah, the Aria of Sorrow music's a good fit here. Garden Courtyard. Oh, this is stunning. This is trippy. Look at that. It's like a big wave suspended in air. That's so cool. Yeah, Half-Life 96. I mean, Half-Life runs on an engine called Gold Source, which is a modified Quake 1 engine. Also, this is a great example of... Keep in mind, this is still fundamentally a game engine from 1994. Yes, some things can be done here that couldn't be done otherwise, but this is all just creativity. Ooh, I like this. Grab our berserk and gets punching. That was satisfying. Yeah, right? This was theoretically possible. Now, one thing I think a lot of people miss when they think about console gaming versus PC gaming You know, we've got a lot of memes nowadays, you know, like PC gaming, master race kind of thing. Most computer games couldn't do a lot of the things console games could do, especially in the 80s. Because stuff like smooth scrolling, you know, and multiple background layers, etc., were not possible on PCs, just at all. Like, full stop. The NES, the Famicom, was massively better at a lot of stuff than any PC was. That's the reason why a game like Commander Keen was a big deal. Sure, I'll shift dimensions for you, Tachikoma. But Commander Keen was a big deal because it did something that was thought to be impossible on IBM PCs, which was smooth scrolling. Yeah, I watched that video the other day. Yeah, arcades were a totally different beast because, you know, arcades were all specialized hardware, you know, created just basically for one game at a time and adapted. The multi-monitor setup thing went away after Doom version 1.1, so it's a very obscure feature. Oh, this is crazy. Oh yeah, no, most arcade boards didn't power anything other than the game they were designed for. Some would be variants, so for example, Sega had a lot of different arcade boards, like the Sega System 16, System 24, System 32, etc., that they would make and adapt over time for other games. Like, you might hear the Sega Model 2 referenced a lot. That was the hardware that powered things like Virtua Fighter, you know, Virtua Racing, their first generation of 3D arcade games. Prior to that were the Superscaler, you know, games, things like Outrun, Hang On, etc. But plenty of games, you know, you had an architecture designed for one game. Just one game. And that was the norm. Arcade hardware was very expensive. Yeah, Space Harrier is a Superscaler game, for example. There's a lot going on here. And each of these arenas that I enter essentially become their own... You're locked off in here. Let's keep the explodey guys away from me. Not get... There we go. This would be a lot easier. What a creative fight. And this is a great example of one of the reasons I like Doom over so many other boomer shooters is, generally speaking, your weaponry and the enemies you face are a known quantity. You know, actually, a better example is to say, this is why Doom Eternal leaves me flat. Upgrading your weapons, I don't like upgrading your weapons in a Doom game. I think it's stupid. Because when you're doing that, what you're telling me is that you haven't, you know, if you have all these different weapons to take into consideration, there's no way that your level design is going to be as tight as something meant for a certain, you know, smaller number of options, essentially. Exactly. Level design, enemy variety. They were, but Eternal took it further. And I feel like, you know, how super is the super shotgun if you're telling me I can upgrade it? Why isn't it super already? Why do I have to make it better? I shouldn't be able to make it better. It should be perfect. It should be the super shotgun. Exactly. I would much rather have, you know, something where a lot of thought was put into fight design rather than, well, they can just make their weapons stronger. I don't want to make my weapon stronger. I want to get better at the game I'm playing. And it's a concept I think about a lot, of in-game skill versus out-of-game skill. For example, you know, at no point while playing this set of levels will I, as a character, become stronger. You know, Doom Guy isn't going to be able to run faster, jump higher, you know, hold more bullets. he's the same the whole time. My super shotgun won't suddenly, start doing more damage. It's the same super shotgun the whole time. My player skill, my ability as the person piloting Doom Guy should increase. I should get better at the game as I play it. I've got my shotgun. Don't worry about it. Yeah, exactly. And a lot of times you can tell developers don't mind when you cheese a fight. Hey, Gale, how's it going? Welcome on in. Welcome, Raiders. For anybody who doesn't know, my name is Professor Bloom. I am a teacher. I do a lot of singing. I organize a VTuber choir. And I play lots of retro games on real hardware and lots of Doom 2 custom megawatts, which is what I'm doing right now. Oh, my shotgun. Sorry. Let me shout you out, Gale. How's it going? What were you up to tonight? There we go. Yeah, the bitrate might be struggling a bit. RimWorld, very nice. I feel like if I played RimWorld, I would disappear and you wouldn't see me for weeks. I would get way too into it. Let's see, now I know I can leave the arena now. I might for a bit, let them sort things out amongst themselves. Yeah, I sometimes get addicted to games like that. Like when Civilization 4 Beyond the Sword first came out, I disappeared for like 2 weeks playing that. Also, I had triggered this fight before by stepping up to the lip of it. That's why all those cacodemons are out and about. So I think I can just hit a switch and be on my way. So I had actually made this fight a little harder on myself than I needed to. Okay, I cannot shoot through that wall. I've had so many people mention Kenshi to me, and it looks very much like it would be right up my alley. Okay, now we're going to have imps pouring in from out of the arena. Should be easy to manage. We've got a ton of rockets. Let's just not let the cacos get all the way behind us, and we should be good. Also, I love these kind of like floating 3D cubes, like wireframe cubes in the air. They all involve limb removal. I can get super into a game sometimes, but it has to like scratch the itch just right, And it's different by each genre. So like the last game that I felt that kind of like must keep playing compulsion has been Xenoblade Chronicles 3, which I am still slowly working my way through. I just don't have a ton of time to play it. I mean, that sounds like the perfect game to me, Viral. Like, say no more. Just say anything like Warband, and I'm down. I'm in. I handled that very poorly right there. Yeah, Elden Ring I played a lot of when it came out. I haven't revisited it since, finishing with it. But I did have a lot of fun playing it while it was new. I know when the new Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, whenever that comes out, I know I might take like a week off streaming just to play it. And not have to think about anything else while I do. Because I know I'm going to want to, like, really dive into it. Oh, yeah, let's go. Everything's ready to fight. Oh. Let's take care of these guys. Pronto. Don't like dealing with homing missiles, please. There we go. Oh no. Got stuck in a bush. That's bad. Okay, thankfully there's tons and tons of health strewn around this map. Making things nice and easy. And now I can revisit that, clear everybody out. Piece of cake. Colors in this map are a bit garish. I get that it's like an alien world, but aliens gotta get some taste. It's called Garden Courtyard. Come on, it's supposed to be pretty. Also, I kind of want the Metal Slug weapon pickup sound to replace every sound in Doom. That's so good. Dealt with. Really don't like fighting on the stairs in Doom. That's always very dangerous. It's really easy to accidentally rocket yourself. Alright, what have we got left hanging out over here? Whoop! Well, we've got a Cyber Demon, that's for sure. Gonna let that Cyber Demon keep fighting for me. He's doing good work on my behalf. We've got some spiders up there. That's true. You know what I mean. As a weapon pickup sound, it is superb. I don't have the plasma rifle yet. Kenshi has the worst engine, performance-wise, or visually, or kind of all of the above. I've got... Where'd the Cyber Demon go? Got the plasma now. I kind of want to just deal with him. All of it. I'm fine with that. I don't mind ugly games. Sometimes it's charming. Like, Warband is not a good-looking game. I still kind of love how Warband looks. And frankly, I don't think being prettier helped Bannerlord at all. I know that might not make a lot of sense, but... You know, I think Bannerlord's, you know, attention to its graphics may have been detrimental in other parts of its development. Mostly the taking so damn long to come out. And frankly, Bannerlord just hasn't hooked me. Like, it's fine. But I still just go back and play more Warband. And I know I'm not the only one. There's plenty of people who feel that way. Well, I want to jump onto that wall, collect all that armor. Yeah, Quake's ugly. I mean, and not in a technical standpoint. Quake's just, yeah, it's brown. It's very, very brown. And it would be nice if Quake had colors. And I get what they were going for. You know, they're making their weird sci-fi medieval fantasy world thing, but just give me some colors, man. Make your game better. Like, even Doom had more colors. I mean, Doom can be very colorful, as we're seeing, but you know what I mean. Let's see. Okay, I cannot hop down there yet. I think I need to lower that Soul Sphere somehow. The exact same number of colors. They just used more of them then. Because Doom feels notably more colorful than Quake. That's going to lower the BFG. And presumably start off a whole big fight. Well, save and get to it. What have we got? I heard a Spider Mastermind spawn in. Is that up here? Yeah. Okay, Spider Mama's up there. Don't know how to get there. Yeah. Doom kind of breaks in the dark in some ways. Well, I don't need that yet. Oh, maybe I did. Oh, that's a bad place to be stuck. Well, I squandered that a bit. Yeah, no, I'm not saying that Quake didn't go for an aesthetic. I just like a more colorful game. Quake 2 in particular is very brown. Very brown and gray. And I like Quake 2, but yeah, give me Cruelty Squad. God, Cruelty Squad is great. That's got to be the best, modern shooter I've played, if you even want to call it a shooter. It's more of an immersive sim in first person, Cruelty Squad, though, as much as I love it, it's a game I would have trouble recommending to a lot of people. Because I can, if the audiovisual presentation turns you off, I think that's totally valid. It's a deliberately, offensively ugly game. It is hideous to behold. Drug trips even make more sense than that. Yeah, exactly. And that's because, guns usually kill people real fast, like, in real life. You don't, you're not Doom Guy taking, the hordes of hell on face first. Or me mowing down 80 dudes with a shotgun here. No, that's not how things work. Oh, I love it. I love getting, a good moment to let, the BFG fly. Oh, that was embarrassing. Let's do better this time. There we go. And there's just some... There we go, that's all the enemies. Didn't find a damn one of the secrets, but I did not need them. Yeah, former dudes. They're explicitly former humans. Oh, we've got platforming. Oh boy. Not even platforming, just waiting for these. That's the thing. I'm like 50-50 on slaughter maps, where I really like them when they're well designed and don't overstay their welcome. And if you're gonna give me a BFG in a map, you gotta justify me using the BFG in your map. So something like that, where I had a huge, crowd of zombie men to blast through, super fun. I love that. So that was a fun map. Now we are on to 2-4, The Cistern. I am going actually to take a quick bathroom break now. I gotta pee. I'll be back in a minute. Let me leave you with some good game music for you to guess. Give me just a sec, and I will be right back. Alright, I apparently have some stuff to catch up on. Let me see. It is indeed TMNT. I think the first to get it was Felly. So you will get a gold star. Then let me see. What else did I miss? It is the NES TMNT 2. The arcade one. Woozle giving a wrong answer on purpose gets old. Woozle, how many times, and this one from Gale, Woozle, how many times do we need to tell you that you need to bathe before class? Also, Gale, it's not nice to call people a stinky cumrat, even if it's true. And then Woozle, how can you hate on Max Payne? It's great. And yeah, Tachikoma, it's worth getting an NES again, I'd say. Also, hello, Cheechin. There you go. Does get old, just like me. That's fair. You can call me old. You're not wrong. All right, back to the game, however. We are on map 10, or level 2-4, the Cistern. We've got 409 enemies. You love Max Payne? You love Max Payne so much, why don't you marry him, Woozle? Alleviate his life of suffering. After all, he's single. Or is that going too far? He's bald, so are you. It's a perfect match. So this map's got quite the opening here. It's okay, Woozle. Lots of people go bald. You don't need to be ashamed of it. You don't need to cover it up with your little hat. The little hat's very cute, you know. But don't feel like you have to hide it away. So I took way more damage than I should have in this opening fight, but, you know, sometimes that's how it goes. At least we got to do some Hell Knight boxing. Cute hat for an uncute rat. Sounds like branding. You could sell that. Oh yeah, aren't you in Taiwan now, Cheechin? Enjoy your trip. And hopefully that can help you get over, you know, any time shift difficulty. I know that can be hard to adjust to. Let's see, do those just operate the lifts? Got an open way to go here now. Where do I want to go? Nothing forbidden about it. I'm not, you know, a corporate VTuber on YouTube. I can say what I like. I've been to Taiwan. Yep, 9:30. It's 13 hours ahead of me, I believe. So, oh, yep, there's an arch file. Do I need a better... Let's go the other way first. Let's see what we can see over here. That's just got to be... Yeah, okay, that just lowers the lift. Very, very slightly. Huh. Oh, I really enjoyed my time in Taiwan. That was a long time ago now, though. I think it was 2013? It was almost 10 years ago now. No, it was start of 2014, I think. Quite a long time ago, either way. Also, just eat everything. The food is so good. Oh, I think I've got the Archie locked. There we go. It depends where you are for population density. So obviously Taipei, super population dense. You know, rural places, not at all. Things are all very, connected, though. It's not, you're never super far away from anywhere else, which is a good thing. It's very easy to get around. This is a nice looking map. Depending on what cities you're in, too, if you go by any chance to Tainan, which is a city kind of on the, halfway down the length of the country on the west coast, has a spectacular street food. That's kind of its whole deal. I know there's an arrow. Oh, hello. I somehow did not see the giant arachnotron right there. Got a rocket launcher now. Let's get ourselves some equipment. So, all kinds of food. One thing, if you want to try something that's specifically a Taiwanese thing, you could try, and this might be too extreme for some people, you can try stinky tofu, which is a fermented tofu. Very, very strong smelling. You can either have it, as is or fried. It's almost like a really good cheese in that it smells pretty terrible, but tastes really good. It is, however, intense. Yeah, this is tofu, but the cheese is a good analogy for the experience. Where if you can handle something like, a really strong smelling cheese, because most cheeses that smell super strong don't actually have a super strong flavor. Surströmming, I really want to try someday. I have never had the chance. I've had a somewhat similar conceptually Korean dish, whose name I am forgetting. It's like a fermented skate, which is, yes, rotten fish. The smell and taste are both incredibly strong and not necessarily pleasant. But it's the kind of thing where it's you should try it, if only to say you've tried it. Yeah, dim sum's more a Hong Kong thing. I want to try lutefisk. Really, I want to try everything, Is Hakarl the rotten shark, the Icelandic one? Because I would really like to try that. People have been fermenting fish. Yeah, saponified. That's the word. Just shove some haddock and lye. I'm gonna pass on the homemade surströmming for health and safety reasons. I do not trust myself to make it. Yeah, partially turned to soap. And that's the one that's naturally dried, right? Just left out in the air. I know things like stockfish are, dried cod that's just been left out to dry in the cold for months. Until it turns hard as a plank, basically. You can hammer in nails with it. But when you rehydrate it, it becomes, food. Again, it becomes fish. Sounds basic. Ba-dum-tsh. Yeah, right? I mean, that's, the whole point, is that they, can just put them on these massive, massive drying racks. Huh. What am I missing here? Clearly something. Oh, I raised the water level. That's what I'm missing. I'm an idiot. Also gonna run out of rockets real quick. There we go. Oh, hello, Mr. Cyber Demon. Do my work for me. That's always one of the most fun things, is getting, the Siege Cow has been activated. Love getting them to do your work for you, though I gotta lure them out of these tunnels. is less fun. Whoop! Almost got stuck there. So I don't want to waste all this ammo, but I might have to. Yeah, the Cyber Demon is your friend. The Cyber Demon fights for you if you're clever. Got a lot of infighting going on here, actually. Oh, what the hell is that out there? Are we up in the clouds? Yeah. What's the actual process for making Bonito? So I don't actually know. I keep getting stuck on stuff. I took so much damage that I didn't need to right there. Oh well, at least there's ample health. Bonito is unbelievably hard. Like, it's insane. That might be it. I don't actually know. I don't know what the process is. Salt drying it first. I mean, salt started fermentation's really common in lots of stuff. You know, the like fish sauce and oyster sauce that's used in lots of Asian cuisine isn't very far off from, you know, like ancient Roman garum. The idea is the same. I do love that we have such well-documented recipes from antiquity, though, that you can just make it yourself. Which is super cool. Yeah, it's basically garum. I always keep a bottle of fish sauce in the pantry because I like making my own kimchi. You know, Korean fermented cabbage. I regularly make my own because it's a lot cheaper than buying it yourself. And also better. I can control the flavors to my liking. But fish sauce is a key ingredient there. And, excuse me. It lasts forever in your cupboard. You know, it's not going to go bad. It's already fermented. Yep, crush up some anchovies. It's great. Oh, that was a nasty little trap that I think I didn't activate when they expected me to. Yeah, no. I mean, you can make vegan kimchi by using, like, you know, dark soy sauce, but why would you? Just use the fish sauce. It's better. It just tastes better. Otherwise, it's not quite the same. Granted, there are types of kimchi that are vegan because kimchi really isn't any one type of food. It's a, you know, genre of fermented things. And not all of it is, you know, the cabbage variety. So there, you know, like mul kimchi is naturally, you know, that would be vegan anyway. Yeah, even more versatile than that, where, you know, there's like dozens, if not hundreds of types, not just your own recipe, but totally different types of kimchi that don't really resemble one another. Also, I'm pretty sure we just saw the glitch where a Mancubus projectile moving fast enough travels through a wall. And thankfully I didn't get hit by it. Yeah. If somebody just says gumbo, you don't really know what their what the dish in question will look like. Oh, 3 HP. We're toast. Yep. No, most kimchi tachikoma includes both fish sauce and a lot of times anchovies. So vegetarian, yes. Vegan, no. The fish sauce is pretty important. And a lot also have dried squid in them, which is really good. It's not how I usually make mine, because I didn't live by the coast, and that's where it's more common. But yeah, there's tons of different ways. If someone doesn't know how to balance the flavors, all three. Gumbo's one of those things I wouldn't even trust myself to try cooking. Or I'd cook it, but I wouldn't call it... I wouldn't serve it to somebody that's familiar with it, you know? And try to claim I know what I'm doing. It'd just be like, I made this and it's pretty tasty. Whether it's gumbo or not is for the experts to decide. Plenty don't use okra at all. Green gumbo and gumbo aren't the same thing. See, I know very little about gumbo. I've no gumbo opinions. Love some shotgun shells, so I'm not wasting plasma on this. Must be a hefty map if we're only like halfway through the kill count at this point. Seafoodless gumbo. Interesting. See, I do think of seafood when I think of gumbo, but I don't know if that's, you know, accurate or not. How do I get you, Megasphere? I would like you. Is there a way in here? Yeah, I think of that as, you know, how gumbo would be. But I'm sure it's not, you know, there's got to be a million ways you can have your gumbo. What am I missing here? That's another thing. There are so many kinds of sausages, just worldwide. Like an unbelievable variety. I'm thinking of sausages. How many people here have had blood sausage of one kind or another? Oh, there, the key was just right there. If you ever get the chance to have Korean blood sausage, which is called sundae, probably see it spelled S-U-N-D-A-E. Highly recommend it. It's delicious. Very, very good. Okay, now I can go to the blue key door. So truthfully, any kind of black sausage is really good. Big fan of black pudding. Oh boy. That's a lot of bony boys. Get out of my way, please. And an Archie back there. Got a regular party. I'm screwed. I got cornered. Yep. When did I save last? There we go. All right. I think I want to deal with these guys first. So that's a lot of missiles. Oh! Got caught. Got caught by the Archie. Where is the Archie? That was dangerous. That's still dangerous. Yeah, blood sausage, I totally understand why someone might not like it, because that very irony, you know, taste is definitely not for everyone. I have had head cheese. I like it. There's very few foods I've tried and disliked. No, most things, if they're prepared well, I'm going to enjoy them. Yeah, it's not irony. There's so many foods that I want to try someday. Yeah, it's at most a coincidence. Tell that to Alanis Morissette. Ooh, Oaxacan blood sausage. I've never had that. Sorry that I'm not being super interesting right now. This is quite the... Whoops, I face rocketed. Quite the fight. Ooh, it has chilies in it. That sounds great. Alright, let's kill the Archie, and we should be in good shape. Oh no, I'm getting cornered, I'm getting pressured. Let's get... Oh, no! That was an immediate no thank you. Oh, I'm so screwed. Oh, I was coming so close there. Exactly. Aaron, that's why I always say, you know, try things at least twice. Because the first time you have it, it might just be a bad experience or it might be poorly prepared, and you would have no way to know because you have no frame of reference. So you've got to, be willing to try it more than once. Otherwise, how would you ever know if it was good or bad? What if your first experience was with, like, a really poorly made thing? Imagine if the first burger you ever had was like a McDonald's cheeseburger. You'd be like, I don't know why people are so crazy for these burgers. It's not very good. You know what I'm saying? Like, you need to have a frame of reference for the thing you're trying. And you can't get that without trying it. That's true, Gale. But I mean, if you were an adult and that was your first burger, I think you'd be like, I'm good on these. As opposed to, real beef, real actual food. Oh, you should try tripe. Or, sort of similar to head cheese, but a little less, put off for some people would be something like scrapple, which is basically the leftover material from the sausage making process, mixed with, usually some kind of flour and fried into a loaf. Then, cut and fried. Oh, I messed up. Scrapple is, I mean, it very well... You can use it that way too, Gale, but... Most, Scrapple, I'm pretty sure, isn't, sheep. I'm pretty sure it's just, what's left after you've made your sausage. But maybe it varies regionally, I'm not sure. That's always what I heard it described as. Let's take out some of these guys, then I can deal with the Archie. I mean, if you've tried it and don't like it, that's totally fine. What I mean is when people are like, oh, I don't want to try that because it, it sounds gross. It's like, well, how do you know? You've never tried anything like it. Oh yeah, no, it's what's left after that, Aaron. It's not really meat at that point anymore. It's the leavings. It's very cheap for that reason. Okay, those won't quite hit. Yeah. It's like you're taking whatever you got left. Really, it started, I think, as a way to extend food. Like in the same way that meatloaf is a food born out of, needing to make meat go farther. That's the whole reason you make a meatloaf, is because you have very little meat and you're trying to make it into something, enough to be a meal for a whole family. Which I never realized as a kid was probably part of the reason we had so much meatloaf. Like once a week was because, beef's expensive and we didn't have a lot of money. Yeah, now, there is a difference between what is tea and what people call tea, because a lot of people, call, tea is really an infusion, not a tea. Tea has to necessarily be made from tea leaves. I do like a good meatloaf, Part of that is, it's very much a comfort food that reminds me of, my childhood. We've got the forbidden cacodemon viewpoint right here. We can't ask. So I'm gonna try to take out those imps from here. No one can say AOD, even, if you ask John Romero, he just says, I can't talk about those holes. All right. Now let's save and start blasting them. Just didn't want to deal with any other groups of enemies at the same time. Should be Easy enough. Yeah, can we ask next year? I mean, you can ask. I don't think he's going to tell you, though. He's been very clear that we can't talk about those holes. Let's see, did that open up? No, that's for the red key only. Reject Muppet. I know that somewhere the original clay models for some of these do still exist, which is super cool that these were, you know, most of them were sculpted, photo scanned. Yeah, just take his word for it. Is that going to bring us our red key? Yeah, the Cacodemon was just hand-drawn, correct? Oh, yeah, well, it's a beholder. But, I mean, for its actual sprite, it was just drawn, I believe, not photo-scanned. A lot of the others were photo scans of clay models. Astral Dreadnought, interesting. Right, we've got a fight out here. I hear Arachnotrons. I'm getting shot by Arachnotrons. There's our red key. Oh, and we've got a really inconveniently placed Archvile. Come on, Doom Auto Aim, be kind. Okay, I think I got the Archie. Nope, I didn't. I hear him doing his work up there. I think it might someday, Eddie, because now there's more interest in making things that look, you know, handmade. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some games, you know, use that style very deliberately. Can I get the Archie from here, maybe? If I'm brave and lucky. Maybe, maybe not. How did I take so much damage trying to get to this? Please die. There we go. That was close. Grab some health, please. Okay, we're not going to die right away. Yeah, I've heard about those games, Woozle. What? They're RPGs, right? So I'm not entirely sure what they are. And do you pronounce it Hylix? Every time I see it, my brain thinks Hydelide because my brain's poisoned. I've been poisoned by Hydelide. Which, if you've never played Hydelide, may I recommend? Not Hydelide 1, but play Super Hydelide on Sega Genesis. This is not a joke recommendation. If you like really granular RPGs with a lot of depth, give Super Hydelide a try. It's actually very, very fun. That. Whoop. You're an Archie somewhere. Checking behind me because I don't trust like that. There they are. Look, Hydelide 1, for all its faults, I felt very, very good when I beat it. That's what I will say for Hydelide 1. Oh dear. That was a lot of damage. Virtual Hydelide on Sega Saturn was genuinely a total blast. I had so much fun playing that. And I think if it ran at an acceptable frame rate, it would be considered a masterpiece. Yeah, Faerun is 100% a Hydelide-inspired game. It is a Hyde-like. And quite a good one, from my understanding. Definitely worth a play. Alright, let's do my best, I guess. Where these Archies come from is what I want to know. There they are. Oh, no. That was bad. But in Faerun, are you Jim, the hero? So I just, without a hint of sarcasm, adore that the hero in Headless is named Jim. Tasked with saving Fairyland from disaster. Cute lady in a dress? Okay. That's acceptable. But is she named Jim? That's the important part. Let's just chain gun them. Change out of the dress. Do you get the armor? Do you get the classic Headless armor? Now they're awake. Alright, let's let them do their thing. And after I clear them out... It is weird that they sell DOS games. I wonder if it's a, licensing thing or an interest thing. Because I know, the Amiga was not a big seller in North America, and I feel like that's the primary audience for GOG. I don't know, though. That's true. DOSBox is easy to configure on a per-game basis. What I would rather see is high-level PC emulation become more of a thing in the retro gaming world. Emulating the architecture and the chips themselves rather than just setting up a DOSBox environment for a single game. And I think as, computers become more powerful and emulation more sophisticated, we're going to see more of that. In the same way that we're seeing that in the console emulation space. Yeah, I watched that. It was really interesting. Yeah, PCM. I think that's the future for, preserving retro gaming content. Especially in the PC space. Let's see. I'm gonna shoot that one guy in particular. Oh, come on, Archvile. Lame. Oh, that was terrible. Oh, MechWarrior 3. So cool. And not only playing MechWarrior 3, but with, hardware acceleration and everything. Playing it in the, premium way. The Archvile is not shaped like a friend. Speaking of shaped like a friend, Kirby. All the Kirby stuff that was announced at today's Nintendo Direct is super awesome. And I'm very happy about it. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. Blast him flat out from the start. For anybody who doesn't know, the way the BFG works is super weird. I mean, even with that, I'm glad more people will get to play Metroid Prime for the first time. And in what looks to be a totally acceptable port. Now, if they're charging $60 for it, that's a different story. If they're, gonna say, hey, it's $20 or whatever for the digital version, I mean, it was totally worth buying a GameCube for Metroid Prime if you ask me. Game absolutely holds up today. As an example of just excellent, excellent first-person adventure design. I'm hoping that they'll target $30 at most. Now, I don't think the age of a game should... Well, so the remaster's out, I think right now, digitally blip blurp, and will be out physically later this month. I don't necessarily think that the age of a game should be a deciding factor in how much someone charges for it. But when the main thing that's happened for it to be considered a remaster is using the same assets rendering at a higher resolution, then I think it's not right to expect consumers to pay full price. $40? Yeah. I'm going to have to see what's actually been changed or, updated. At least it's not, 60. Which I realize is a small thing to say. Now, I've seen a lot of people complaining lately about new AAA titles costing $70 now. And I think that's not a very good complaint. And I'm going to say this, trying to think of the right way to word this. Most of the games that people are asking $70 for aren't worth $70. Yeah, exactly, AOD. Like, games are functionally the cheapest they have ever been when compared to, cost of living and the actual real value of $1. Games are really cheap. They're much cheaper than they've been at almost any other point. I think that's worth remembering. At the same time, I feel like most of the games AAA publishers are putting out and asking $70 for are not worth $70. Not because $70 is an unreasonable price point, because most of the games just aren't that good. Yeah, what's his name? Dave Szymanski? I think I follow him. If not, I just see him a lot in my Twitter feed. But it's important to remember. I mean, I remember, seeing new Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis games upwards of $80, $80 US, depending on the size of the, ROM cartridge required. I mean, I don't really need to imagine that because I paid $70 for Madden or $60, whatever, on the Sega Genesis, however long ago. Point being, people complaining about a $70 price tag. Yes, it sucks, but it's not a smart complaint historically. It doesn't hold up. No, the user base is much larger, and that's part of the problem with game developers prioritizing things like marketing budgets and, celebrity voice actors and all these other things that don't make their games better, but contribute to them costing a ton of money to make. I'm trying to do some platforming here. Come here. Can I platform between these? Yes. Is that the way out of the level? No, that can't be it. Maybe it is, though. I don't know. I feel like the amount of game you get for your dollar is less today in a lot of ways. Mostly because not a lot of the, modern games I've bought have what feel like a lot of replay value to me. There's very few of them that I can imagine wanting to play again once I've beaten them. And that's a problem. I would rather have a shorter game that I want to play again, than a long game that I only play once. Oh yeah, no, Half-Life 2 was a huge seller. Yeah, the Platinum Standard. I feel like part of this comes from people who grew up playing games, in the, NES through PlayStation 1 era, are adults now. And we can, generally speaking, if you want a game, you can just buy yourself a game. You don't have to wait for a holiday or a birthday or a sale or something like you did when you were a kid. And that means that, you don't have to play the same games over and over like you did when you were a kid. Oh, I could have just gotten that the whole time, huh? PS2 games in the US generally were $50 new, if I'm remembering right. Somebody fact check me. Anywhere from like 30 to 50, depending on, was it a big AAA release or was it just kind of a game being thrown out there by a developer? Yeah, waiting for sales is totally fine, but I think you know what I mean, where it's like, if there's a new game that comes out that I really want, I'm just going to buy it. When the new Zelda comes out, Zelda games don't go on sale. But even if they did, I want to play that game when it comes out, so I'll pay, the 60 or 70 bucks or whatever it is. But when you're a kid, you don't really have that luxury, so you inevitably get more game out of the games you have, because you don't really have a choice. Also, 842 enemies, let's go. Grand Palace, this looks sick. But yeah, functionally, games cost less than they have at almost any other point. And part of that is because, disc-based games don't have the same high overhead cost of a cartridge-based game. Cartridge media is expensive, or it was. That's why when the PlayStation 1 came out, one of its big selling points were that CD-ROMs were much, much cheaper to produce than cartridges. So, you'd have, in 1995, brand new PS1 games coming out at, $30 to $40, whereas brand new Genesis and Super Nintendo games were still costing, $60. And that made a huge difference for a lot of consumers. Plus, the licensing fees were, really high on cartridges and much lower on the CD-based platforms. That's down to, platform holders deciding what they want to charge for licensing fees, but, and you had companies like, part of the business model for the 3DO, besides being, essentially open licensing hardware, where anybody who wanted to produce a 3DO console could, which is a very original idea. And I don't even think a bad one. This map's getting off to a banger start. Yeah, I know things like, tariffs and whatever import laws made a really big difference in the price of electronics for a lot of consumers. No, there was no quality control, both in hardware and software. It also just came out too expensive and both too late and too early. If it had been more powerful and come out a year later, it would have fared better. If it came out at its, processing power a year earlier, it would have been enough to make a difference. But coming out when it did, how it did, it just kind of seemed like, well, yes, this is clearly a step above the 16-bit systems, but we want to see, when the PlayStation got announced, basically it's like, okay, it's all over. The 3DO couldn't compete. And that's not to say that the 3DO didn't have some great games, because it does. But it couldn't compete. That was quite the lively start. So this architecture is sick. 3DO Doom is such a great story. Yeah, Spike, 3DO Road Rash still holds up. 3DO Need for Speed still holds up. I don't think I would, Viral. I don't get ASMR. Like whatever tingle sensation people describe, I just don't get that. And mostly I'm like, could you back up? I don't like people whispering in my ear. Oh yeah, the PlayStation 2 being a DVD player was its main selling point for a lot of people. At the time, it absolutely was. Blip blurp. Like, nothing else was that cheap a DVD player. Yeah, exactly. Like, back up. I can smell your breath. Like, get away from me. Some people love it, but does nothing for me, and I think I would be the world's worst ASM artist. Like, I don't think anyone would enjoy me doing ASMR. Yeah, there's none. The only thing that I've been like, huh, that was neat, were like those, like haircuts where you've got the simulated, like barber going around your head. That's just a fun novelty, But whatever people are talking about, even with the acronym itself, being auto whatever response, simply doesn't happen to me. Yeah, I think that's the case for a ton of it, where it's like, be into whatever you want to be into, just don't pretend it's for other reasons. Okay, yeah, that's gonna hurt me. Most of this map is just letting everything kill itself. Look at that, we got a cyber demon up here now. I mean, it isn't for everybody who's into it, but when the only ASMR you listen to is, ear licking or something, it's like, yeah, something tells me you're not here for, whatever tingly sensation you're talking about. Oh, yeah. I feel like home theaters as a thing have kind of... So he is screaming because he is going to run directly into me and explode. Tinkle in the dingle. Yeah. Don't pretend that's not where you're talking about. Just not for me. I get nothing out of that. All right, there's a lot of stuff here, but I feel like not a ton going on for all the grand vistas of this map. I feel like this is an example of an arena where the visuals and the sense of scale took priority. Yeah, exactly. Like, give me that moment of zen where it's like you did something cool in the game. That's nuts, Aaron. Yeah, but this feels like the kind of map where, I don't know, I would have preferred a smaller arena with more deliberate combat than just, big spectacular looking scenery and whatnot. Because it feels like I've just mostly been walking around. That's a little boring. It's not bad. The map looks amazing, and there's clearly a lot more of it left. This mostly feels like busy work rather than a real fight, Whoops. There we go. Cyber Demon down. What else we got? Is that it? There's hundreds of enemies left, so this can't be all of them. They're not all this big, Blip Blurp. They have been relatively hefty in monster count, like the map before this was 400. So they haven't been lightweight, Most of them have had reasonably short run times. It might just get, longer from here on out, I don't know. So this is kind of a blind play. If you'd like to see what I'm playing, Blip Blurp, and if you don't already know, it's Headless Chicken, you can always use the !WAD command. Oh, you can spend so much on headphones if you want to. It's one of those things where, like, sky's the limit. Any audio thing, like, you can spend as much money as you want. Hey, Orbital, how's it going? This is map 2-5, so map 11 overall. Having a lot of fun with the set so far, though. Very high quality stuff. $10,000. I can't... The only things I can imagine spending that much money on are a house and a car. Like, I bought a car a couple months ago, And it's like, I think for my down payment, I did, 10 grand. I can't imagine spending that on headphones, It's just beyond what I'm capable of conceiving. Maybe if I, had that level of disposable income, but even then, I don't think I could ever bring myself to spend it that freely, Alright, this has opened the main arena back up. Now I have the key to enter the... We haven't even entered the Grand Palace itself. So let's see. Ooh, hold on. I can use those guys to do a lot of the work for me. Portable DCM. A lot of people do that. I'm pretty happy with the headphones I use for streaming, which are... Well, I gotta take them off to look. They are Beyerdynamic DT240 Pro. Oh, sorry. Which have a very flat frequency response, which I prefer. Not very expensive, but they are totally fine. Now, obviously, you can spend as much as you want to spend on headphones, and I didn't want to spend over $100, so I didn't. They do not have a bass slider. I probably wouldn't get any that do. If I want to ever adjust the equalization on anything, I'd just do it in, either in software, or if I'm listening on a stereo system, on the receiver. Or on, the graphic equalizer I'm using. Well, that's a lot of hit scanners. Yeah, the headphones I use are the most important things to me when I was, shopping for them were having a good flat frequency response, so, not overemphasizing any range of sound, and not being uncomfortable. I wanted something that I could easily wear for long, extended periods of time, because, I wear them while streaming, and that can be upwards of 24 hours. It's my longest. Yeah, I mean, you can get as much bass as you want using, whatever, equalizer you have set up. Granted, if I want to, listen to music, I'm not doing it on headphones. I'm listening to it over speakers played, from my stereo. I have, a room in my house set up for sitting down and listening to music. I know headphones are a more economical option, generally speaking, but I like sitting down and, listening to music. I'm also not going to pretend to be an audiophile, because I know functionally there is a point at which, my ears will be failing me. And it's not that far off. I take great pains to keep my ears in really good shape. When I have any music gigs that put me, say, right in front of a, massive pipe organ, I wear earplugs. I wear ear protection in a lot of music work. Because I'm not risking my hearing. It's very important. So I still have, most of the frequency response that, I should have at this point in my life. I know people whose hearing, my age, is severely degraded. Really. And you can test that. It's pretty easy to do. So I take that seriously. Really, that's why my priority in headphones was comfort. not volume, not, insane sound quality. And taking out, a flock of those kamikazes is so satisfying. So are the imps awake, activated? Can I shoot at them? I'm gonna say this map might be too big for its own good. There's just so much space here. Yeah, exactly. In that order. even though we've got a very high kill count going on, I'm not feeling like... Doesn't feel like there's a lot going on here, you know? Like, sure, there's tons of enemies lining the place, but the fighting's all pretty calm, pretty tepid. Yeah, too much space, not enough going on. Like, I'm going to efforts here to, like, open up more of the map and get more stuff happening. Maybe I'll regret it when, you know, things do get more active, but... Is this not a lift? Maybe not. Comfort soundstage resolution. Yeah, and if that's your, you know, primary way of listening to music, I think those are pretty good priorities. Frankly, I'd have a hard time putting comfort at anything but number one. Because you're going to be wearing them. You don't want to be uncomfortable. Now, are you willing to sacrifice a little bit of comfort for a big improvement in those other things? Maybe. You know, that all depends on, you know, how much you value comfort. I mean, I had to ask myself questions along these lines when I was car shopping. You know, what's most important to me? And I settled on, you know, I want something reliable that's going to last me a long time, get good gas mileage, be safe, and, you know, relatively low maintenance. But still be nice. Oh yeah, price. Price is always a factor. You know, there are very few things in life where you can say cost is no consideration. I'm not sure I know the Sony MDRs, but yeah. Even the most comfortable headphones get uncomfortable after a while. I mean, one thing I actually do pretty often while I'm streaming is sometimes I'll take a break with one ear. Like I'll, you know, shift the headphones off of, you know, my left ear or my right ear for a little while at a time. Just to, you know, give them a rest. Which I know might sound a little silly, but I can't be the only person that does that. Sometimes you need a little break. And I keep the volume fairly low on the stuff that I'm streaming. Because I can't think of anything worse than streaming something loud the whole time. That would be torturous. Oh, that's where I go for the red key. Man, enemies are just like trickling in at a snail's pace here. I get the sense that this is meant to be like a big grand finale kind of map for the episode. But it is not backing it up with the gameplay. It's just all right. I think it's a letdown after the past few maps have all been like really, really active and fun. And now it's like, okay, now play this much longer, more ponderous feeling map. Okay, I hit that. The red key switches over here. It's like, you know, I'm walking past big groups of enemies that feel like absolutely no threat at all. I don't know. Maybe I'm old-fashioned. It's not that fun. give me more. You know, I would rather be overwhelmed and have to adapt than have this much space for these, you know, this few enemies. Granted, I realize that comes across a lot less convincing when I've just taken, you know, a bunch of hits. See, anything worthwhile down here? We got some rockets, a little ammo. That's about it. There's also 2 secrets in this map, and I do not think I'm gonna find them. Where do I get this BFG, though? I would like to know that. Yeah, I won't have that problem in map 8. See, that I prefer that. AOD, you know, or thinking of something like, you know, maps with a ton of enemies. Like, even something like Demonic Hordes in Alien Vendetta, which is a pretty, you know, excessive map in a lot of ways. The opening, like, couple fights in that are all really tight. Or like the map right after it, Dark Dome, is crazy active right from the start. Now that one's, I think, similar to this, 900 enemies. But boy, they're all coming at you right when you start that map. And I like that, you know? Just get to it. Go to it, one could say. Which, man, I still think Plutonia is just super fun to play. And Go To It, for me, to this day, stands out as a super fun map. Why are there pain element or lost souls? Just why? Don't put them there. Yeah, Dark Dome's a really hard map. Like, no two ways about it. Really, like, I love Misery Halek. But it takes a long time. You know, it's not a fast map. The spectacle, though, and the feeling of the map slowly, you know, revealing all of its secrets to you is so cool, though, in my opinion. What are the things you don't care for? I'm curious. Is the cliff climbing section one of them? Because I sure feel that way about it. Oh, come on. You go up the damn lift. Map 10 is Toxic Touch, right? If I'm remembering right. So that one's incredible. Toxic Touch is up there for, you know, some of the best Doom mapping ever. Just like, so as close to being perfect as it can be. Yeah, Plutonia I love because it's just no nonsense, get to the game, you know, have fun. Granted, there's a lot of things in Plutonia that are pretty unfair, but I still love and respect it for providing, you know, the template for modern Doom, basically. And I think a lot of its maps have aged really well, all things considered. Yeah, we wouldn't have any of the Doom we enjoy today without Plutonia. I am not a TNT enjoyer, however. TNT is not my style of Doom at all. I can appreciate what Team TNT were trying to do and trying to make, you know, a different kind of Doom experience. I just don't think it's any fun. Yeah, and it really did, you know, try to show Doom can be used, you know, not just to sell action. You know, you can try to do other things. But Team TNT's other WAD from that same time period, Icarus, Alien Vanguard, I think does a better job with that same concept. You know? Showing that there can be more than just the action. I think this is a secret. Yep. There we go. Oh, hello. That's awesome. That was a nice reward for finding a secret. See, I also... The build engine games leave me a little flat, mostly with their, like, gunplay and weapons. Blood is easily the best of them, in my opinion. I never liked Shadow Warrior. Duke 3D is just fine, I would say. Like, not good, not bad. It's fine. Blood is really fun. I haven't played all of it yet. I have been enjoying Ion Fury. I saw that, Toka. I'm wondering how well it will work with the Switch's motion controls. Hopefully very well, because it's a good fit. I'm just happy Sega didn't forget Samba de Amigo exists, frankly. They forget about a lot of their franchises. I say as a massive fan of Skies of Arcadia. Yeah, for build engine games, the way they tried to emulate real-world environments and interactivity was super cool and remains super cool, I think. And for the time period, there was really nothing better you could do. But their gameplay leaves me a little flat, especially compared with Doom. Yeah, the Joy-Con have better motion sensitivity than the Wii remotes did, actually. So it should be fine, because there was a Samba de Amigo on Wii that I quite liked, actually. A lot of people didn't. Where did all those imps go that were kind of lining the place? Did they get teleported in somewhere? Yup, Shining Force. We did get, what was it called? Shining Resonance Refrain. We got a Shining game, which was, I thought, fine. It wasn't great, but it was like, that's the kind of game that, to me, is I call them like popcorn games. You know, it's a popcorn RPG. You're not gonna feel, satisfied, but you'll enjoy it. It's tasty enough. That's how I feel about games like that. Where it's like, yep, I played it. I could barely tell you the names of the characters at this point. But I had fun while I did it. I mean, on one hand, yes. On the other hand, Viral, a lot of, the beloved classics were already anime, but just of their time period. So it's a little disingenuous to say that, something like Fire Emblem, oh, it's too anime now. I mean, it always was, to an extent. But, I mean, there is a degree of that going on. But I think it's also worth recognizing that a lot of these were always anime to some extent, it's just we didn't know. Yeah, the God of Warification of Dragon Age. The only Dragon Age I enjoyed at all was Dragon Age Origins, which I thought was just okay. Yeah, I enjoyed it, Toka. I don't know how you're finding it, because I am not hunting down those last 12 enemies. It's not worth it. I didn't play Inquisition, and I played like 10 minutes of 2, and I was like, nope, not for me. Fire Emblem is kind of fan servicey. That always was there to an extent, ever since like the Game Boy Advance ones, but not to the degree it is now. You've won! Your victory has enabled humankind to evacuate Earth and escape the nightmare. Now you are the only human left on the face of the planet. Cannibal mutations, carnivorous aliens, and evil spirits are your only neighbors. You sit back and wait for death, content that you have saved your species. But then, Earth Control beams down a message from space. Sensors have located the source of the alien invasion. If you go there, you may be able to block their entry. The alien base is in the heart of your own home city, not far from the starport. Slowly and painfully, you get up and return to the fray. All right. Ritual platform. 613 enemies. This might be another hefty one. Now, see, this is more like it. This is more like it. Give me a map with a tighter, scope. And let me just absolutely go nuts on it. I'm gonna steal these rockets, thank you. Oh no, they didn't take kindly to that. I have not bought Fire Emblem Engage yet. I would like to, because I do generally enjoy Fire Emblem games. The main thing holding me back right now, I mean, Doom only took place a little bit in Hell. Depends which Doom game. And which episode of which Doom game. I mean, Doom 1 starts on, Mars, basically. Or the Phobos base of Mars. Yeah, the later episodes are in Hell. Then Doom 2, you go back to Earth, hence the title, Hell on Earth. Why not go to an alien world, Do some sightseeing. Whoop! Get out of their way. This map looks awesome, by the way. Absolutely loving the visual presentation here. Make a save. Ooh, hello, Mr. Archvile. Fancy seeing you here, bud. Oh, barely got him. Give me that plasma, please. Yeah, let's go. Oh, I heard chickens. The chickens are back. 64 is a mix. I really like 64's aesthetic. I've heard some people hate it, which is weird to me because I think it looks amazing. I did see somebody on Twitter working on a Doom 64 Archvile sprite. Yeah, Plutonia, I think, first level's called Congo, so is it in Africa? I mean, only retroactively, Toka, because Episode 4 was made after Doom 2. Let everything fight amongst themselves for a bit. Oh, thought I had him. We've got a cyber demon who can help us out a bit. Yeah, rip Daisy. Too pure for this world. Let's see, we've got 613 enemies, and we're off to a pretty fun start here. Yeah, AOD, I really, if somebody can make, and by some, mad genius coding, de-hacked wizardry, actually incorporate Revenants and Archviles into Doom 64, and then people can, use them to make custom levels, I'm going to be so happy, because I would love to see what Doom 64 could be like with the fuller... Yeah, all their code is there already. The Archvile would be a much bigger problem. But now that, we don't have to abide by the limits of a very restrictive cartridge for storage space, there's no reason why we can't, do this in Doom 64 nowadays. It's just work, Yeah, exactly. With source ports, it's trivial. Honestly, even if Doom 64 had just come out 2 years later, the storage space wouldn't have been an issue. Because the size of N64 cartridges in terms of memory did pretty dramatically increase over the lifespan of the system. The largest games on it were a full 64 megabytes. Like Resident Evil 2 has one of the largest ROMs at, 64 meg, which is nuts. Oh, yeah. I think a big part of that problem, though, is the way they positioned it, because they just called it Doom 64. A lot of people didn't even know it was a new game. A lot, even games magazines, which were playing it, were erroneously reporting that it was a port and not a new game. So it's like Midway did themselves no favors with that title. If they had left it as Doom 64 The Absolution, which was its working title, or Doom The Absolution, yeah, new game, not new gameplay. New graphics, though. And while still fundamentally being the Doom engine, it was the only one that allowed for hardware rendering to assist with it, which meant that it ran very smoothly. A pretty rock-solid 30 frames per second as compared to, the wildly varying performance of PlayStation Doom or the abysmal performance of Saturn Doom. I do not regret selling my copy of Saturn Doom, for the record. That game, it's terrible. Oh god. Oh god, sorry, that's super loud. Yeah. I mean, if you look at, a lot of press coverage, you see people talking about, games like Turok as the hot new games, and that Doom 64 is old-fashioned, can't compete. Which is kind of funny to think about, now. Because Doom 64, I think, comparatively, on its, native original hardware, has aged a lot better than Turok. There we go. Holy shit. This rules. This is awesome. There's so many of them. Absolutely nuts. Sorry, this is very loud. The Doom engine can do something like 32 sound effects overlapping at once, and all of them were screaming. I'm gonna save right here. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. I'm trying not to sneeze. Now see, this to me is a much more fun map than the one that immediately preceded it. Because this one I feel like, yeah, you didn't waste my time with stuff no one cares about. You let me get right to the fun part. Even the map before this, its grand architecture, it doesn't mean anything when, you're not filling it up with good fights. Oh, this isn't too hard, Toka. Rather, I'm finding this totally reasonable, difficulty-wise. Like, I'm kind of waiting for it to get hard. I'm sure it will, as we get further into it. Because this is only the end of episode 2, I believe. Sorry, chicken. Alright, there's not that any... Yeah. Blow through the chickens and the fight is over. Goodbye. That's actually a great example of how the chickens in this fight can be used as a way to halt your progress. Because with those chickens there, right when you teleport... Oh my god, what's happening? I think this is a visual glitch. I don't think it's supposed to do that. It doesn't look like it should do that. Oh, that's intended. Interesting. So it's just scrolling extremely fast. I mean, the lighting effects here are nuts. Is this all done with, like, voodoo dolls outside of the map? That's the only thing I can think of. The exit's down there, but that's no fun. Let's kill some stuff. Okay, so it's based on the angle. That's insane looking. That must be absolutely murdering the bitrate. Hold on, I'm gonna do something for my own edification here. I'm gonna get right up in here and I'm gonna check out what this looks like on the VOD because it probably is going to, like, drop quality like crazy. I know that happened. I had, like, a huge bitrate issue. Oh my god. So, in, back on last April Fool's Day, I played the PR Boom Plus fork for ray tracing for Doom 1, and I went to the level Mount Erebus, and seeing Fire Blue ray trace Fire Blue was the most insane thing I've ever seen in my life. It murdered the bitrate like you wouldn't believe. Doom Guy, you might have been tricked by the demons into performing a ritual for them by being forced to kill those chickens. Oh well, them's the breaks. The fantastic temples and cloisters you blasted the demons through were all as monuments to something unspeakable, whose purpose is to create portals for a demonic beer run? What? You find yourself blinded by neon lights and beset by the fog of a demon city. Where even is this city? The GPS ain't giving you a straight answer. But you do have an answer for these demons. Extreme and over-the-top violence. I'm not sure, AOD. I would need to check the text file. Mission 3. Start. Let's see. God, that's cool. I love using, you know, whatchamacallit, conveyor belts to do stuff like this. So now we're into a city map. Let's go. Oh, that skybox is awesome. This skybox was used in, recently, the Intergalactic Xenology trilogy by Lord Zed and Dreadaw. I'm recognizing this. There's some hit scanner shooting at me. Also, if you haven't played the Intergalactic Xenology trilogy yet, I cannot recommend it highly enough. It was extremely fun. There's only 16 maps, but it was so good. Some of the most visually creative Doom I've played in a while. Yeah, Streets of Rage music. Ooh, we got a new soldier type. Looks like a plasma trooper. Actually, I know it's a plasma trooper. I've seen it in some of these levels. I did play, like, just to test this out. Vial go round. Don't you love a vial go round? I think after this map I might call it a night because we're closing in on 10 p.m. It's getting close to my bedtime. What have we got here? Nothing good in here. Featured in the Hell Despot demo. I haven't checked that out yet. Love a gun. I've not gotten a gun yet. Oh, I hear a shotgun guy. Give me your shotgun, please. Nope, not yet. So, hold on, it's just a little too loud. Music's great. Slightly too loud. Go away, imps. Important business in there. What was I thinking? Oh yeah, Intergalactic Xenology. Extremely fun, extremely creative. Oh, it's like a factory. They're being pushed out. Oh, that's cool. Oh, there's a door right there. It's blind. Well, we've got... I don't like that alien. Oh, God. Let's just start this over. I can do better. Liking the look of the city itself, though. For an alien city, it looks awful familiar. Looks an awful lot like Earth. don't have enough pistol ammo to shoot everything out here. I do just have to take the Berserk and get to punching. There we go. Oh. Been sitting too long. My neck is getting sore. Alright, Berserk acquired. Punch some stuff. Time for some Baron boxing. Noble pastime. Less fun when there's two of them. Much more fun when there's only one. That was actually something that took me a really long time to get good at in Doom, is just Berserk combat in general. You know, the expectation that sometimes you really gotta punch stuff. That was embarrassing. Let's try that again. You know, the expectation that, yeah, you gotta use your fists. Both to save ammo and just to make progress. The thing I don't like being asked to do is punch out archviles. That's no fun. It's satisfying when you do it, but man, it's also stressful. It's really stressful. Can't say I'm a fan. Alright, let's explore a little bit now that it's safe. Can't go through here just yet. Can't leave the map either. 409 enemies. These maps are getting large, though. That's the episode opener. Are they all going to be this size? Because if so, this might be a longer playthrough than I expected. Not that I was expecting to clear it in a single night, mind you, because I wasn't. Oh, you've taken my gun away from me, Toka. How am I going to defend myself? My fists like an animal? Yes. Turns out it's very effective. Can't forget the upgraded pistol, too. That wasn't it. Also, again with the damn chicken. Is this their break room? There we go. Okay, we got a shotgun, so it's not really a Tyson map. Tyson map, for anyone who doesn't know, meaning a Doom map where your primary means of fight is solely Berserk. You know, a la Mike Tyson. A lot of people hate Tyson maps. I'm so-so on them. They're well done, I enjoy them, but a lot of times they feel forced to me, like they're in there just because they're expected to be in there. Also, I like this computer with a mouse and everything we've got. Drawn with sectors, quite clunkily, but attractive in its own way. I'd love if that alien hid a secret, but does not appear to. Got more guys. Really does feel like mostly a Tyson map. Let's get the barrels. There we go. Look at me figuring out the smart environmental combat. Let me save ammo. Say while wasting ammo. I need it for things like this. Peeking around a corner and hitting a chain gun guy. There we go. I love when I manage to be quick enough to, you know, snag a punch on something like that. Wait, can I open? Yep, it's a one-way. Oh, that's clever. Kind of explaining that this is how you open these doors. They are one way. I like that. How do I open you? Wait, there's shotgun ammo up there. Where are these guys going? Does that go down or up somehow? Because that's just a dead end otherwise. I don't understand that. And I suppose I don't have to. Can't go that way. Must be missing something. Oh, look at that. There are cars out there. Isn't that cute? Any bookshelf secrets? That one is suspiciously lower than the others. Appears not to hide any secrets. Unfortunately. Oh, maybe. Can I run? It feels like I should be able to get up there. I'm probably chasing after nothing. Oh no, I can get up there. And it means nothing. But I was able to do it. I feel vindicated somehow. As if that really mattered. As if it made a difference. Probably just missing something obvious. Also, if I am missing something obvious, class, please don't hesitate to point it out. Don't want you to have to suffer my being horrendously lost all the time. Wonder how those one-way doors function. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry, I bumped the microphone. Oh, there's... duh. It was just a switch, and I hadn't flipped it. That's embarrassing! It's a total failure to navigate my environment. Oh, I was gonna say, which door did that open? The game answered my question. So they are indeed plasma troopers. Though they drop bullets, not cells. It appears it's tied to a teleporter in here. Maybe. I think I also have enough ammo now to just freely use my weapons. May as well pistol them, though. Pistol strong. I've got plenty of ammo for it. And now I have plenty of shells. Let's use that. Guys seem like a much kinder version of something like, you know, Mr. X from Scythe, which are incredibly deadly Doom guys, you know, basically just using plasma against you in bursts of 3. I've seen these in other WADs before. They're generally pretty reasonable, you know, in that they're not going to just destroy you instantly. Just almost instantly. Kind of want to know where the conveyor belt leads. Grab this health and then find out. Let's make a save. Oh, I can't find out where that goes. Come on. Come on, game. Let me have my fun. Let me explore. All right, now we can go to the next part of the city. We've got some fancy bridge work. Mr. X is super unforgiving, Tachikoma. You basically need to be supernaturally fast, know they're coming, or you're just gonna die. These are some big, funky cars. There's the exit. There's a lot of everything. Kill the chain gunners first. That was nice. Oh, I walked right into 1 HP in a dream. Let's go. I'm dead. Hello, Thrak. Welcome on in. How are you doing? All right, we are now in the main part of the city area here, it appears. Oh, that was embarrassing. Do I have the chain gun yet? I do not. Let's be a little more careful with taking them out then, shall we? There we go. Didn't want the chainsaw, but that worked out fine. I like that you can run on top of the car like that. Make a save. Let's get ourselves some plasma. Let a lot of revenants out. I don't know if that's a compliment or not, Thrak. I promise you, I am not an artificial intelligence, just a regular old guy. Oh, please get out of my way, Mr. Cacodemon. A whole lot going on here. I did once, a long time ago, work in a call center, and I remember getting asked pretty frequently, you know, because I'd deliver, you know, whatever spiel it was, you know, thank you for calling, blah, 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 all that. And often afterwards, there'd be a little pause, and then the person on the other side of the phone would say, hello? You know, is this a real person? I'd be like, I assure you, I am real. Ooh, it's cool feature. So elevators in Doom are normally just a lift that raises one sector to another. Multi-stop floor ones, like that one appears to be, function using invisible teleports to bring you from one part of the map to the other and make it seem like you're going up floors in the building. It's a super cool mapping trick made possible by this source port. Boom. Very cool. Yeah, so being able to send it up or down. You know what? This one does appear to be mostly a normal lift. Alright, thankfully it is no longer a Tyson map. The opening was the only part like that. So this fence blocks stuff. That's very creative. Monster blocking line def part of the way up. I don't know what this is supposed to be, like a water treatment tank or something. Nice little real-ish world detail. We're supposed to be in an alien city after all. All the vibrant, like, purples and stuff do a good job of selling that for me. This probably will be my last map for the night. It is getting late, and I am getting tired. So actually, I will show off the start of the map that comes after this one. Or not the map, the episode that comes after this one. Because it does something absolutely amazing looking that is hard to believe is possible in the Doom engine. Which is a moving train level. I truly do mean a moving train. You'll see what I mean. Pretty sweet. There's actually a pretty rich history of train levels in Doom. A lot of time used as like a technical showcase, you know, like, hey, look at what I can do. Try to get ourselves some resources, not get killed in the process. Oh, what did I say about not getting killed in the process? Oh, I didn't save. That's fine. Try that again. Or I could check out a different building first. This is a nice example of a good non-linear map. There's lots of places you could go, and the order doesn't necessarily matter, though you may make things easier or harder for yourself depending on how you choose to take on the level. Obviously, I would rather make things easier for myself than harder. Let's let this Revenant missile hit something that's not me. Oh, and Mr. Tiski Islands Wad. So you're familiar with Doom then. Also, if you'd like to see what I'm playing, I play Doom every Wednesday, Thrak. I have a !WAD command that you can always use to check out, you know, whatever it is I'm playing. Tonight I am... Oh, that was unfortunate. I am playing Headless Chicken, which is Chookum's new set that's almost completed. I think there are 3 maps still being worked on, but I wanted to give it a go because I've been seeing stuff from this get posted a whole bunch, so I decided, yeah, now's as good a time as any to give it a try. And I'm really impressed with it so far. Later, Cheechin. Have fun. Have fun exploring Taiwan. It's a wonderful place to visit. There we go. Now we've got our health back. Oh, look at that. It's like a, what does this say? My Life with Lucifer. Love is eternal and infernal. 6:30 on DBS. Oh, that's great. Oh, you've lived there for 12 years. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're fine then. I didn't know that. That's fun. That billboard really put a smile on my face. I'd love a rocket launcher to deal with all that mess. Not yet. Hold on. I don't want to deal with that fight yet. That's our exit. Right, we've got... Oh, excuse me. Really does get to be like 10 o'clock and then I start turning into a pumpkin. Need to go to bed. Does the cola machine work? Come on. I was hoping it would give me like a supercharge or something. That would have been cute, you know? Alright. I guess now I can... Oh wait, no, we got a snack bar here. Let's go. A little restaurant. Hey, how dare you kill that chicken? I was gonna kill that chicken. Oh my god, look at this. This is so cute. Can I order? We've got something on the grill. We've got a deep fryer. That's the kind of Doom cute that I crave. I wish, like, trying to order would get you something. Oh, I love that. What do we want? What's your order? Too cute. Yeah, right, Chair? Keeps it all, you know, visually and tonally consistent. You know, it can look jarring if something's too high quality. Take some nuggies. All right. Oh! Oh, that was so cool! I broke the vending machine. And it spat out a bunch of armor. Hold on, I gotta go find the other one. That was awesome. That was so cool. Are there more I can break? That... Oh my god. Yes! Yes! Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah. I was disappointed before because I couldn't, you know, they weren't a use item. I was just clicking the use key on them and it wasn't doing anything, but it turns out they're destructible. God, that's cool. Doom will never fail to keep putting a smile on my face with stuff like this. You know? It's unique. It's fun. Creative. You know, sure, maybe if you play, you know, a modern shooter and you know, shoot the vending machine and it breaks and something falls out, you're like, oh, that's neat. But when it's in a 30-year-old game engine, or I guarantee you, nobody ever had a thought for any of that. And it's just the creativity of the, you know, long-standing community that comes up with stuff like that. It's different, you know? There we go. That was so cool. That was so cool. Right, deal with Mr. Kako. Should take so many shots. Whoops. That was just me clicking by accident. This is where I ended up trapped earlier because of my own poor play and poor planning. Let's see. Collect all power-ups I can. I hear the bad guys lurking. Oh, I should have waited until I really needed it to take that Megasphere. Oh well. No harm, no foul. Not a deadly enough trap to worry about. Really use a rocket launcher, though. Now just some imp killing to do. Everybody's favorite pastime. I'm not really joking. I will never, ever get tired of mowing down large crowds of imps. It's one of the most satisfying sensations in gaming. Almost cannot be improved upon. Or like when you have a big crowd of imps and you get that perfect BFG shot off and kill like 30 of them. That's the stuff. You know? Give me that every time. Doom Eternal, the way Eternal in 2016 treated the BFG felt like such a waste to me. Making it into something special instead of letting it be a regular weapon that you have to utilize creatively feels like a disservice to all the cool, you know, things you can do with it. I just hadn't gone in this room before. Should have stuck with the chain gun here. Try to navigate myself over to some shells. Map's cool. Map's really cool. Despite suffering a little bit from the same problem of, you know, there being maybe more real estate than there is fight, this one's packed with so many little details and makes the combat restrictive enough in terms of your, you know, mobility and all of that, that it feels a lot more fun than some of the larger maps, you know, in terms of like real estate footprint large, that haven't offered, you know, fights of this intensity. So even like that little trapped, you know, plasma gun fight room. Got a shootable switch, or do I need to go press it? Need to go press it. Like that cool plasma gun fight we had. Felt a lot more intense. Even though it wasn't that many enemies. The scale has been restricted very, very nicely. Okay, we've been through there. Oh, stretching it out. Sorry. So I've got to say, these are some of the nicest fake 3D sector bridges I think I've ever seen. The lattice work is visually appealing. They're not breaking. I'm not falling through them, as is what happens in a lot of them. Though aiming can still get a little funky on them just by how they work. Okay, we've got... Oh look, it's a little TV set. God, little details like that. So nice. So you know what? Now I can use the rockets. Stop them coming down the stairs. I missed with that one. We should have switched to single shotty, but oh well. I've got enough ammo. Surely I won't regret saying that. What's this gonna let us do? Oh! Okay. Oh no. Oh, that was no good. Oh! I did it again. Alright, let's not double face rocket this time. Let's not embarrass ourselves. Not in front of all the cool aliens here. Let me not stand behind the door threshold. I think I've got enough rockets to just comfortably hang back here. Instead of getting in there and trying to mix it up. Yeah. Why put myself in danger when I don't need to? Oh look, it's a club. We got the flashing lights, the disco floor. That's a DJ's turntable up there. Thank you, Tachikoma. I've got my gun back. But look at this. It's a little DJ station. We've got the, like records were spinning. I love that. Those are the speakers. So they were really just dancing, and I really came in here and just ruined their night. Yeah, it was Friday night for demons. Man, that's fun, though. Whoa! Came flying in. It's really nice looking track. I'm a music teacher, Kami Cat. Yeah, Doom Guy can't dance. It's too stiff. And it is really nice visually. It's still in development, but there are only, I believe, 3 maps left to be completed. It's been very fun to play throughout as well. There's only been like 2 maps that I'd say missed for me more than they hit. The visuals and the, boom trickery for some of the more clever technical things is right on point. Yeah, big cloud of killer tomatoes there. Also, it does one thing I always love and appreciate, which is reduce the health for lost souls by half. Slightly more than half. So they go down in a single shotgun blast now, which is a wonderful mercy that I think every mapper should do. I don't like lost souls. That's me getting off my soapbox there. Now I can easily take care of Mr. Mancubus there. All right, we're getting through it. Got 2 out of 3 keys. Oh, how'd you get in there? Didn't know they let tomatoes on the dance floor. Less how did you get in there, and more why did you get in there? Nowhere near where I was. Oh, cracked my neck. All right. There's a lot of resources strewn about, which makes me think I'm in for fun. A better Doom player than I would have found more secrets. Let's see, where have I not gone? Then, this is where I came into this part of the city. I don't remember there being any keyed off parts in the earlier section of the map. Now I'm looking for the yellow key. Then here, I like this bus, or big car, van, whatever it is. I love that advertisement for My Life with Lucifer, Love is Eternal and Infernal. 6:30 on DBS. What am I missing? What building have I not explored? This gave me the blue key. That's just a whole bunch of water. Empty city streets here. About this building. Okay, that's where we had our nightclub. And on the other side... Yep, TV room. Which is right above the fast food restaurant. Maybe I do need to go back to the beginning area. Let me check. So there could be... Maybe there's a keyed door back there. These maps are definitely not on the fast side. Or maybe they are if you're better at the game. Okay, so this is back to our starting area. I'm gonna check for keyed doors here. Nothing there. Nothing back here. That's a one-way door that I didn't see a spot to open it. Let me try that again. Go back here, please. Go look in the alley for a... Oh, that's also a one-way. What am I missing here? Oh, Something. I'm missing something is the answer. An office building? That's what it looks like. Sorry, chicken. Oh. A bookshelf secret. What's that do, though? It's got to do something. Don't quite see. What is that opening? It's got to be doing something. There's a secret here to be found. Hello, dipshit. How you doing tonight? Hope you are well. Your name always makes me laugh. What is it I'm missing here? This is what I'm missing. I just never went over here. Okay. There's an entire arena, a whole fight that I missed. Oh, and it was in that alleyway. There we go. Problem solved. Question answered. Actually, the problem is solved with rockets, not just with figuring it out. Figured out the practical problem of where am I supposed to go. And the solution to the problem is carefully applied violence. This is the answer in most Doom scenarios. Okay, so now that connects me back to the opening area. I must be able to cross this gap somehow. These are freaking out just a bit. I'm not sure why. Okay, I can definitely make this. There we go. Is this where the key is? I know there's still a yellow key to be found, which will presumably trigger one more large fight. Apparently that wasn't it. Oh no, there's the key. I see, it's a platforming puzzle. I'm bad at those. Okay, here we go. It's like a timing puzzle? No. How am I supposed to... Does that lower on a timer or a switch of some variety? I've made a mess of this. I feel like the platforms are freaking out. I'm not sure why. Oh, hold on. That's what I need. To get up here. There we go. I figured it out. I'm not that stupid. Just mostly that stupid. Now I can go over to where the switch for all the keys is. We'll presumably start one last big final fight. There we go. Let's get everybody out here and woken up. And blast my way through. Now, I know the Cyber Demon could be helping me. Well, there's two Cyber Demons. We'll let one help me and I'll kill the other. That seems like a reasonable compromise. I certainly did get to try several kinds of Kit Kat that we don't have in the US. That's more Japan than Korea, though. Which ones do you have in mind specifically, Woozle? Because I can tell you if I've tried them. So there's a lot of Kit Kat types. Oh yeah, Korea loves corn. Like, corn-related things, they go nuts for it. Big corn fans. Not that I know of, Gale. Can't imagine ferrets tasting any good. So you're safe, Woozle. Nobody eats ferret yet. Maybe that's the new... That could be the new trend. That could be the next big thing. You could be on the forefront of a food industry revolution, Woozle. How would you like that? So we've only got a couple enemies left to clean up. And this map's in the bag. You would not like that at all. Why not? You'd be remembered forever. All weasel diet. I feel like you'd get very sick very quickly. Where's the one enemy? Where's the one enemy I didn't kill? I do not care. Oh, that looks so cool! That looks so cool! Look at that. Yeah, rat burgers from Demolition Man. Steal the skull. Red cars get away. What? Hold on. This is too cool. Look at that. We've got a diagram of a heist map. However, I am going to call it here. I do, before I go, want to show you the first level of the 4th episode. Because when I was just checking this out to see, do I want to stream this? This is how the 4th level starts. Putting you onto a moving train. And it really is moving. If you get off it, you will be left behind and you will die. Like... Also, it's got Metal Slug music. So it's automatically sick. But, like, the combination of the skybox, the movement... The chickens. This is all instant classic territory for me. Get out of here, chickens. Because it's cool as hell, Gale, that's why. Because it's sick. And we're gonna do some train platforming to make our way through. Get ourselves a super shoddy, please. Also, the fact that the train works and is functionally moving in Doom is so cool. Like, you can fall off the train, essentially. And you will die. Also, the train's carrying missiles, so it's automatically cool. We're getting... Oh, I thought I got out of the way in time. Toasted by an Archie. Get ourselves equipped. Oh, this is dangerous. I'm gonna die to a lost soul, aren't I? Yep, I did. But just, like, look at that opening. Just, like, being thrust onto a moving train in Doom. It's just too cool. Get off my train. The prequel to Air Force One. Man, every now and then, unprompted, I just think about the terrible CG in that movie of the plane crashing into the ocean. It's so bad. Like, it's really, really awful. Even by, what, 1997 or whenever it was standards. Oh, okay, Caleb said that in Blood. Yeah, there is a train level in Blood, come to think of it. Chicken, stop getting in my way. I'm not trying to kill you, but you were hell-bent on destruction. I'm gonna carve you up now. There we go. No chickens. There we go. Also, I'm pretty sure if you manage to kill a Cacodemon when it's off the train. You get to watch its corpse get, like, dragged away, which is extremely cool. Oh, I didn't make it happen, though. I really wanted to. Man, why can't all games be this cool? Whoops, I died. I'm just gonna resurrect. So I want to show you more of this sick, nasty level. We jump off of a missile, further onto a moving train, and as the episode title implies, things become suddenly cosmic. Now we're not just on a train, we're on a train in space. And you can't tell me that's not the coolest thing in the entire world. It's literally out of this world. Look at that. We're in space now. For no reason other than it's cool. As if you need any other reason other than it's cool to do something. Yeah, there's a lot of Metal Slug influence and sound effects all throughout this WAD Wardito. So like the mission start text is all taken from Metal Slug. The chain gun sound is straight out of Metal Slug. That's the machine gun. The weapon pickup sound in this is straight out of Metal Slug. Also, check this out. Not only are we in space, we're riding on the back of these missiles now. Hopping from missile to missile. Oh, I fell off. Tell me that isn't, like, the coolest thing you've ever seen. And the missile is in space, I guess, because fuck it, it's cool. That's the only reason you need for stuff, is that it's cool. This is literally like the scene out of Contra Hardcore. Or is it Contra 3, where you're riding on the backs of missiles. So this is what this WAD has in store for us. And personally, I can't wait to see what other crazy directions it goes in, because this is incredible. Like, this is so cool. I'm dead. I fell off the train, and now the train has left me behind as it rockets off into space. Incredibly cool. Giant rocket train. But that's going to do it for me tonight. Let me let you know what I've got going on for the rest of the week. Give me one sec. Let me grab some music here, and I'll bring us back to the office. Give me one sec. I'm also going to take off my dooming attire. Yeah, thanks for coming, Chair. This was a lot of fun, this one. Not that I'm surprised. You know, they usually are. But here, let's get some music. There we go. Oh god, I forgot I had Rygar. The terrible, terrible Wii Rygar on the screen. There we go. Alright, but for the rest of the week, on Friday, 6 p.m. Eastern, same time as usual, I will be continuing Rockman 4 Minus Infinity for the NES. This is an amazing Mega Man 4 ROM hack. Calling it a ROM hack is a disservice. It's a brand new Mega Man game created for expert Mega Man players. It kicked my ass last Saturday. I'm going to take it on easy mode, learn the Robot Masters, and have a really good time playing it. Then Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern, I will be over on Nana Say Kind's channel for another VTuber cooking special, absolutely tasty. It's going to be a Valentine's Day special, so do not miss that. This is indeed TMNT. You got it. Let me see who is online that we can go raid and tear into. Use whatever emotes you like. If you've got mine, use mine. They are well suited for the occasion. I will probably continue Headless Chicken next week because I've been having a really good time with it. It's extremely cool creative Doom, and exactly the kind that I like to play. So let us see who is on right now. Ooh, know what? Calavera is on right now playing Pikmin. Calavera is the artist responsible for my Chibi 2D Doom Guy form. So let's go raid into Calavera. I don't often get to do that. Just make sure he's not right about to end. Nope, he looks like he's going to go for a while. So let us go raid and tear into Calavera. And I will hopefully see you all on Friday. Have a great rest of your week, everybody. Thank you all for coming. And, oh God, I need to stretch. It's too late, and I need to go to bed. Night, everybody. Have a great rest of your week.